welcome to Super Spooky Sunday with me, Arista Jade. Hi, how's it going? I'm super excited for today because it is the first Sunday in October, which means we get to carve pumpkins. Yay! I'm so excited. So, we're going to be doing pumpkin carving every Sunday in October to go along with Halloween costumes every Friday in October. So that's our little spooky fun thing that we're going to do. Hello, welcome. So bear with me. This is my first time trying to do artsy, crafty things on stream, and took a little while today to kind of get things set up and organized. So you're gonna have to let me know how it goes, what you think. But I think it should be pretty cool. I have all my stuff ready. I have a camera set up. And we're gonna hope that this works. And that is the goal, is for it to work. So this week the pumpkin is kind of a mystery. I haven't shared with anybody what I'm doing. Next week, we do have a specific theme, and I'm going to ask you guys to kind of say what you want to see. I'm going to give you a couple different options throughout the week, and you guys kind of tell me your feedback on if you like any of them, if you think any of them are cool. Next week is going to be Pokemon. So I'm going to have a couple different Pokemon pumpkin carving possibilities. And you guys are going to let me know which one or ones you want to see. But today, we're going to start with one that I just, all of a sudden, I had like this idea for it just pop into my head. And I was like, oh my god, this is going to be the best pumpkin. It's going to be so cool. It's going to look awesome. So hopefully it does, because... Okay. So let me get this going. And again, keep me updated. Let me know what you think, so I know what's going on and what you think. So here we go. Crafting time! So we are going to do some crafting. Give me 1 second. I have to move some things and get things started. But yes, this is my lovely setup you see here. So this is the pumpkin that we're working with right here, this guy. And I picked it specifically for the fact that it was tall and narrow, because the thing I want to do is kind of upright, so I want to be able to carve onto that. And then we have kind of like our whole kit. We have the weapons of choice that I believe will be the best to achieve what we're going for. I have another full set of other tools here that we will potentially use. We're gonna save the pumpkin seeds so that I can roast pumpkin seeds, because I really like roasted pumpkin seeds. I didn't realize that until about 5 years ago. Hosting, thank you, Fox. Welcome. But yeah, so once I realized I like pumpkin seeds, I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely doing pumpkin seeds. So we have that. I have my notebook that has the design in it, because I did draw it out, but we're going to have to decide how we want to actually do it, if I'm going to draw it directly onto the pumpkin, or if I'm going to draw it onto, this is some parchment paper. I can do that, and then we can put it in, and then we can pin design it. We can stab it repeatedly with a safety pin, so that we can actually see, oh, I don't know if you can see it, but I have a safety pin, and we can stab it. So we're going to figure out which way works best. And then we have our plethora of accoutrements, our little friends. We have our spooky Halloween dragon, spooky Hello Kitty. Of course, Boo is there, as always. So yeah, don't poke myself. Good advice, Fox. I appreciate that. It's very good advice. All right, so I'm going to mute myself for a second so I can move over there and not... kill you with noise, because I think it might be loud. So give me just 1 second as I scooch myself over. Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out how to put my cell phone up because that has my what are those things called? The Twitch chat. So, okay, here we go. Hi. Hi, how's it going? Casual playthrough of pumpkin carving. Exactly. Does it say why does it say casual? I specifically changed. So that apparently comes up when you do makers and crafting. IRL creative, sure. Honestly, these options for like tags were just dumb. All right, hopefully that's fixed it because I don't know what to do. Stream info updated. Yay! All right, so so this is our lovely pumpkin. As you see, I said he is more of a narrow fella, opposed to a big roundy guy like, you know, this guy right here. We don't care about him. He's plastic. This one does have a couple bad spots on him, but because we're not going to be doing anything, using any of these spots, it doesn't really matter. All of this stuff is perfectly fine. You've actually never carved a pumpkin before, Fox? Really? Oh my gosh. Well, you're in for some fun because this is one of my favorite things to do in like the entire world. I love carving pumpkins. I actually used to carve pumpkins just for myself, and then I actually got commissioned by people to carve pumpkins for different events. I've made corporate logos and things for companies on pumpkins during fall and harvest season. So I love carving pumpkins. I have so much fun with it. So much fun. So, first things first, I'm going to tell you guys what we're going to be carving. So this is going to be fun. So our theme this week is the Horizon Zero Dawn Watcher. So all of a sudden I had this great idea for exactly how I thought it should look on a pumpkin. So I actually drew it out, was it last night? About what I thought we'd be going for. And this is basically what we're gonna try to achieve on our pumpkin. He will have more of a tail. I just ran out of space on the notepad. But yeah, this is going to be our pumpkin. So the only thing is, so down here is this is the insignia for the, what's it called? For the cauldron, where you unlock him and actually get to be able to take him over. But on further inspection of the Watchers, they all had this insignia on them instead. So instead of this one, we're gonna go with this one. We'll draw that in, and that should work pretty well. Funny thing, his feet look really silly. However, that's the kind of legs he has. They're kind of just like bands. They're just like curved bands. So I didn't want to change that much, but I did find there is kind of like a backwards kneecap on some of them. So put that there. And neat little trick is anytime you add like that little line that looks like cables, I thought it really beefed it up a little bit. Oh yes, put your glasses on. But yeah, so this is our, sorry, gotta find real time where this picture is. Oh, there it goes. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah, there you go. So yeah, so this is what we're gonna be drawing and doing for our pumpkin. If you are new to pumpkin carving, the big thing you need to know is that when you're carving a pumpkin, you don't want to just carve out the space. So like if we just carved out the outline of this guy, yeah, you would see it, but there'd be no detail. So what we want to do is we want to add the lines of where there would have to be a line to understand the shape. You can see it now. See, that's the benefit of glasses, Fox. So yeah, this part right here, these are actually like little fringes that they have on them. And then when you convert them to yours, they drop off.
So I thought we'd put those on, but we might save those for last just to see how it looks. I'm still kind of iffy about them. But yeah, so just a lot of detail for him, lots of little details. But the big thing is you don't want to carve too much because then the light shines through and you see too much of the light. So you want to go very simplistic with it. So more of just like an outline. So I'm not sure. This is actually about the size that we want to do for our little guy. But I was like, these papers just broke off the back of my notepad. That was me trying to do Zentangle. God, who knows how old that is. So let me just throw that over there. So when I drew this, I was planning on making it bigger, but it's actually about the size of what we want to do. Just adding his tail in. So this might be a good thing to work off of. And again, we have two options. I can either draw it onto here and we can put this on, and then what we do is we poke it with a pin, and then you follow, it's basically connect the dots on the pumpkin. I keep looking at the camera to like make sure you guys are following, and then realizing that you can't see my face in this camera the way it is. So just ignore that. So that's one way. The other way is to just directly draw straight onto the pumpkin and then just cut out the areas. The benefit of drawing straight on is that I can use like a marker like this, and I can get the thicker lines and the thinner lines, and then all I have to do is just cut enough to not see the marker anymore. So that's definitely one way you can do it. That's a very common way to do it. Again, the other way is to, draw on parchment and do the connect the dots. Connecting the dots is a little bit cleaner. So, I don't know. It's also more forgiving because if we drew it on here, I would be able to erase, and if I didn't like something, I could change it. We also have the ability, we could just, for the heck of it, we could just stencil the darn thing out here. Oh, yeah, you can kind of see me now. Yeah, so we could just straight up stencil it and do that. So we have a couple different options of what we want to do. But first, before we do all that, we have to actually get the pumpkin to a state where we can carve it appropriately. So I'm going to move all this stuff out of here because we got to do the beginning part, which is actually hollowing out the pumpkin and giving us a good top. Now, the problem with this pumpkin is there isn't a good top. It's when you look for pumpkins to carve, you want to get one with a handle, unless you're specifically using one like this to be something. And I've seen people make pumpkins like this and have it, they've drawn like eyes and stuff, and they make this like the mouth, and you can do that, but that's not what we're going for. So unfortunately, this is the perfect shape. It doesn't have a handle. So we're going to have to try to make a little handle over here. Yes, you feel like this is a pumpkin carving lesson? Everything I do is meant to be like a helpful lesson as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to move him over here. Growing up, we always covered the table with newspaper. Newspaper works, except it just gets icky. It gets wet, it gets sticky. You don't really want to do that. As I got older, I realized the benefit of saran wrap. So basically, I've just saran wrapped the table, and we should be good. I do have gloves, just some plastic gloves, because ew, icky. And like I said, we're going to be saving the pumpkin seeds, but I do have a trash bag for actual pumpkin trash. Always have a roll of paper towels as well, because again, it gets super messy. Now they do make, if you are new to pumpkin carving and you want to really have fun pumpkin carving, I encourage you to buy a pumpkin carving kit. So these are the ones that come with like the little book of pre-done stencils for pumpkin carving, which you don't really have to use. But what you want are the tools, the knives, the scoopers, and all those kind of things. That's what you want. Fox, what is your question? Please please ask your question. I'll be happy to help. Also, this is my mug of the day. As you can see, we are right on brand with our spooky pumpkins. That might have been a little loud because that's right next to the microphone. How do you tell the pumpkin is good for carving? So what you want to do is have an idea of what you want to carve on your pumpkin. This is not the kind of pumpkin I would pick if I was going to be doing a face, like a spooky face. If I was going for a realistic face, this would be fine because it is more narrow. But you want, for a regular pumpkin face, you want a kind of more squat, more rounded. The big thing when you look at a pumpkin, you want to look at where it curves up on the side. So this is a good pumpkin for what I want to do because I want to be able to carve this much space. So when I look at the pumpkin, I know that I'm going to lose probably about an inch at the bottom. I'll show it like this. You're going to lose about an inch at the bottom. I'm also going to lose probably about an inch or two at the top. That means that that space is all completely useless. If it was more rounded like him, I'm going to lose a lot because I can't even start until right about here. So because, oops, let me do this down here so you can actually see it. So I lose 2 inches on this guy up here, and then you see how close he is to the top. That's not the best idea. So again, it all depends on what kind of pumpkin, what you're going to carve out of your pumpkin. Having that idea, knowing what you're going to do, that's when you pick out a pumpkin. Don't just buy a pumpkin and go, oh, that looks really cute. I did do that actually yesterday. I bought like the perfect round pumpkin with a perfect stalk because it was cute and little. That I could do a very tiny, like almost the size of a cookie cutter. I could do a cookie cutter design on this pumpkin. But I also know I'm not doing a lot of detail. It's going to be a very simplistic pumpkin. This one, I can go to town. I can go town on it. So that's how you tell if a pumpkin is good for carving. The big thing is you need to know what you're going to carve first. All right, so looking at him, there's a couple different sides. He does have a flat face is much better to go with. If you guys can tell, this side of him is much flatter than the other. The other side is more rounded. The only problem is there's a lot of blemishes here. And if you're going to be cutting out those spaces, that's perfect. But I'm not. I had a very specific design, and mine was going to completely miss all these blemishes. You can do things like add a bat, add a star, add a circle, do little decorations, kind of confetti over your design. You can do that. Like if we were going to use the, where is it? Right here. If we were going to do something like this house, you could easily do bats or stars or any kind of thing in the side. So that would work for a blemished pumpkin. Where do you usually get your pumpkins from? So I used to get mine at actual pumpkin patches, but they're just so complicated these days. The weighing, the hunting, depending on what time of the season you go to get them. Last year, I didn't get to carve any pumpkins, and it was devastating to me because it was the first year in like a really long time. Because we bought pumpkins the year before, we waited till towards Halloween to buy the pumpkins, and when we carved them, they were already like mush. They were just bad. So then next year, we went and tried to get them a little bit better, and then they rotted by the time we wanted to use them. So these pumpkins were from, I got them at a grocery store, and I got some from a garden center. Garden centers would be probably my biggest suggestion. However, know that they tend to be more expensive because the garden centers know that you're buying them for pumpkins. They know it's a seasonal thing. You're not going to get like a good deal. A pumpkin patch, you're going to get a better price than anywhere else. So it would be by price, pumpkin patch, grocery store, then a garden center. So yeah. So we could also use this side, but this was a really big blemish here. So I think we're gonna go with this side. It's just a little scraped up, and I think that's okay. None of them are real big. Some of these things I can actually like pick out. If you know, oh, actually, let me show you this. So if you see on the pumpkin, you've got those little like white spots right there. If you take your nail or a spoon and go very gently over them, you can actually remove a lot of these blemishes. Things like a scrape, you won't be able to, but these little other marks, you can kind of get up. So that's what we're going to do first, is kind of pick these little blemishes off, and I'll show you the after effect. So get that crud off my finger. If you look, most of those little blemishes are gone. Now you just have, there's a little scar there, and there's a little bit of scarring down there. But those ones we can't really do anything about. But the little tiny bits, I don't know if there's any. He doesn't really have any more on him. But yeah, you can just take your fingernail and lightly scrape on it, and they just come off. So. Hello, Stick. Lenny, hello. Pumpkin carving. Oh my God, exactly. Oh, I've been waiting so long for this day. I've been waiting so long for this day to do pumpkin carving. And for those of you just joining us, to give you an idea, this is what we're going to be carving on our pumpkin today. It is a Watcher from Horizon Zero Dawn. So this is our goal. So yeah, and we are just getting into the beginning stages of carving our pumpkin. So unfortunately, I couldn't find all of my pumpkin carving things. I did find a lot of them, but not everything. So I don't have, in one of the pumpkin carving kits I bought, it comes with this little orange scoop, and it's got a little bit of ribbing on it, and it makes it really easy to scoop things out. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to go with a spoon. A spoon will work, it's just not as good. So again, I have gloves because gloves are important. Be very careful when you're carving your pumpkin. Let me just say that I am very experienced in pumpkin carving and know my knives very well. These are the ones I think I'm going to use today. We have this guy. I love these knives. And then we have these ones in different shapes. So this one is actually I don't know if you can see it. It's kind of like a V-shaped one. This one is kind of like a C or a little bit of a curve. We also have this one, which is a flat one. Good for kind of like chiseling. And then we have just like a scalpel one, but we have two different sizes. I have, this is a small one, and then the other one is a little bit bigger. So those are our ones. And then again, we have this guy right here. So what we want to do is we do want to first carve out a spot. Now, the one thing you want to keep in mind is, where is your pumpkin, where are you putting your design? So my plan is to put the design kind of ending somewhere around here-ish. So I want to make sure that my top is far away so that you don't see it. Because that's the biggest problem. If people go to look at your pumpkin and you've got the cap right here, it just looks stupid. It kind of ruins it. So what we can do is we can start here. We can my thing is going off. Yes, I get it. Sorry, you probably heard that because it was right next to the microphone. We're gonna start small here, but we can make it big around back because we know that no one's gonna see the back side of this. So again, one of the things that you might want to do is actually pencil it out. So that's what we're gonna do. So I want it to end. You want to also have it be big enough for your hand. So we're gonna go like this. And what I want to do is I also want to take this part right here and make this, I always call it the key. I don't think that's actually what you call it. But it allows me to actually like lock the pumpkin. So if you see here on this side, came down a lot farther and followed this part up into this like crease, and then the rest of it is right here. Can you see that? Yeah, you can. And what this will do is if you make it just a circle, it's really hard to take the lid on and off. So what we can do here is we can actually do it like this, and that should make it a little bit easier. Again, if we had a top, if we had a stock, it would make it so much easier. But what we might actually end up doing, and I haven't decided yet, is we might actually end up cutting this out even more. And then what we can do is we'd be able to put our thumb in this little spot and pop it off. So that's one way you can kind of make it a way to, if you don't have that lid. But again, don't do this until you know which side of the pumpkin you're carving, because we don't want that little lock and key to be on the side where we're actually working. So that's what we got. So now another helpful trick. Oh, it's gonna look. Oh, I'm so excited, Lenny. You have no idea. I've had like dreams of this pumpkin, so I'm very excited to do this. When you are cutting into the lid, important thing: never go straight down. If you go straight down, the pumpkin is just going to go straight down too. Eventually, your pumpkin is going to start shrinking, and when you do that, it will just fall through. So you want to do it at an angle. If you do it at a sharp angle, you can cut some of the inside bit off later, and that's what we're going to do. So we're actually going to carve it at an angle. I think, yeah, you can probably see what kind of angle I'm going for. But yeah, so we're going to do this. We're just going to get that into our pumpkin. This part doesn't have to look too pretty. Then I do want to try to do it a little bit nicer on the front side because of the fact that that's what people are going to see. You have to be strong, be vigilant. Again, I've worked with these knives for years, and again, I was a chef, so I know how to use a knife properly. Do not use knives like this or box cutters if you do not know how to use a knife or a box cutter. You will cut your fingers and it will be very, very bad. And just like you going deaf if you listen to me when I play a scary game, I am not responsible for what happens to you. So again, we're still going at that like angle. We can clean it up later, but we just want to get like our basic cuts in. And eventually I can do something like that. So now we have this section. This part, oh, it's already starting to drip all over me. So let me grab some paper towels. Yay! Yay, paper towels. This is a very fresh pumpkin. But again, this is one of the reasons why you don't want to put your design on before you carve out the center, because you're going to get pumpkin juice on everything. And if you put it on with marker, it's going to erase. You're just going to lose it. Pumpkin juice actually helps you clean off marks if you made them. Another thing, sanitizer. So I have sanitizer ready in case we do decide to use like a Sharpie to draw on it. We'll be able to stop that. It's going to drip. I know that's going to happen, so it's not a huge deal, but we'll stop whatever we can. So this part, we're just going to follow this down. If you have a pumpkin carving kit set of utensils, you can actually, theirs have serrated edges, so you can actually, you can like saw it. Unfortunately, like I said, ever since I moved, I don't know where my kit actually is. I only knew where the big carving things were. So we went with what we had. So right now I'm just going to cut, I'm going to cut straight across, because this little spot here, we might be cutting out, so it doesn't matter if I cut it like this right now. And again, if you don't go your exact pencil lines, that's not a big deal, as long as you go past them. There you go. Now we're gonna do this part here. And so this one, again, because we're on the back side, it's okay that this is a little bit sloppier. We want to make sure that we're going in at that angle and that you're not doing it straight down, because again, when your pumpkin starts to get old and start shriveling, you won't have much to work with. And last but not least, one more reminder, it's best to get one that actually has a stalk. This one was just too perfect in the side for us to not pick. But you will see some of my other pumpkins I have, most of them have stalks. So again, we're gonna be, we've almost hit the front bit again. There we go. Okay. And you know what? I am gonna try to take this out because it does not seem like he wants to actually come out of here yet. Are we carving pumpkins every Sunday? Yes, we are, Fox. For the entire month of October, we're going to be carving pumpkins on Sundays, and we are going to be wearing Halloween costumes on Fridays. So I'm going to take one of my other tools to try to get this guy out, because there we go. Come in. Because I don't have, if you do it right and you have a good sturdy handle, you can actually just pop this piece off. But of course, because we don't have a handle, we can't really do that. So we're gonna check and see. And we need to cut a little bit deeper. So we're going, if you go to pick it up and it doesn't come off, what you need to do is make sure you go back through. And if you see, we've got little bits of pumpkin coming up. That's because these are the pieces that were still connected. We have to make sure that we're making it so the entire thing is loose. Bertimus, thank you for the subscription. Lenny Pig, thank you for the oh, it was a gift. Oh, Bertimus, thank you so much. And Lenny, welcome back. Yay! Thanks, guys. Thanks for your support. Welcome, welcome to Pumpkin Carving Fun. I will say, with this current setup, I'm not always the fastest at paying attention to chat. So bear with me on that. Yay! Welcome, welcome. Super spooky Sunday to you all. And again, for those of us joining us, this is what we're ultimately going for today. This is a watcher from the game Horizon Zero Dawn, and it should look pretty sick. I'm very excited to carve him out. Aw, thank you so, aw, yay, everybody. Everybody, happy and spooky Sunday. So let's just make sure this is all in. Let's see if we can actually get this out. Oh, you are being tricksy. So if this does happen to you, which does sometimes because it could be just a really thick pumpkin, we might have to actually cut this whole piece off so that I can get under there and get it. I'm still going to try to give myself some type of that little like lock space. But I do need a space to kind of get my hand and my fingers underneath. So we're going to do that. Let's see if we can get, and it doesn't matter how we cut into this bit because it's going to be coming out. Be careful, never cut towards you. If you're going to be cutting towards you, you can also push things in is another trick. because we're going to be going in there momentarily. Oh yeah, you're just real good. All right, what do we got here? So I have this knife. Do I have... Oh, are you not longer? Oh no, this is still my longest knife. If you see, this pumpkin actually goes deep, pretty deep. So it's going to be, we got to try to get all the way in there so that it comes out without breaking it, which, again, is going to be a very interesting trial for us. I might need to go and actually get a one of my chef knives, because I think that this might just be too, it might be too far in. So it's trying. It's trying. So I wanted to, I could have, of course, done this before stream, but I thought that it would be a good kind of like learning thing to show anybody who's, because I know there's a bunch of people that have never carved pumpkins before, who don't normally carve pumpkins, things like that. So I kind of wanted to show how to do all these steps. I hear it, but I don't want to break it. It does not like being poked. No, it doesn't, Fox. You are absolutely right. But yes, maybe I might need to go and get a, should get a chef's knife. It's loose on one side. I got one side coming up. It's the other side. It's just not. Oh, pumpkin, what are you doing to me? So one thing we can do is we can kind of cut down a little bit more, straightish, and that could help. Also try coming back the other way and seeing if there's any bit of resistance that way. Oh, almost. Give me one quick second. Let me see what I can do here. Okay, I've put a request in for a chef knife, so that should be coming shortly. And then we can actually get into this pumpkin, and then we can carve stuff. But yes, so anybody have plans for pumpkins this year? Anybody have one that they want to do? Yes, Chef Arista time. Exactly. Because trust me, chef's knives, my chef knife should be long enough, depending on which one we go with. Yeah, it's right there. It's stuck on this side. And unfortunately, my knife, even though it's really long, is just not long enough to actually go in here. So we're going to do that. Thank you so much. So we have a chef's knife. And this should work a lot better, because now we can just stab at the pumpkin. Oh, you went apple picking yesterday. Oh, this might be too big. I don't think this is gonna work. You're too lazy, Lenny. No. Oh yes, how was apple picking? No, poke the pumpkin, not stab. Gotcha, Fox. I knew I was missing something. I think my chef's knife might be too much for this pumpkin. I think it might actually hurt it too much. So, worst case scenario is I'm gonna break the top part. All right. So what we want to do is, since we have to do it this way, I'm gonna come in here. Ooh, okay, closer. I'm very wary of the pretty part, the area we're using. because I don't want to make any bad marks in the spot that we're trying to actually use. So, oh, you were so close. So close. Okay. Again, on this side, it's okay if we go a little bit much. Because nobody's seen this. Okay. Ooh. Getting closer. Are you almost there? It looks like it's almost there. Again, way too... yes. No, come on. The way to avoid this is to get one that actually has a topper. So we're going to just cut some of this out. Ha ha! There it is. All right. We got the lid. Oh, my goodness gracious. Okay, we did it. Yay!
It was good. You didn't keep track of the apples were... Oh, no.
I don't know if that was a good one. Oh, that's funny.
That's very funny.
Something. Exactly. Makers and crafters. Who knew? Who knew? This is my pioneering adventure into makers and crafters. So, what I'm going to do is I am going to save the pumpkin seeds, but I'm not going to save the flesh. What I like to do is once I have the top, I'm going to cut some of it off, but not all of it. So I'm going to cut probably, I want a good chunk. Just because, again, this is going to wilt over time. I don't know if wilt is the best word. Maybe dry up would be better. But so what we want to do is we want to kind of give it something so it still has some mass, so it can keep some of that moisture in. So I'm just going to carve some of this off. Oh, I need to put my glove back on, and then it won't be all icky sticky.
It is a very thick pumpkin, man. Tell you what.
Where's my gloves? Here's my gloves. So. You will get messy doing pumpkins. It just happens. So yeah, so that's what we're working with. I'm just gonna clean him up just a little bit. Not a big deal. But again, the idea is we'll be able to just put this right back in place. This one we did have to carve it a little bit more than I would have wanted, but now when we want to put like a candle in it, we just put our thumb here and take it off. So that's the whole idea with that. So now we have this. Welcome to Pumpkin Fun. The easiest thing to do, again, is put gloves on, and you can stick your hand in and just pull up some seeds. We're going to save our seeds again because I'm going to make roasted pumpkin seeds. They are attached to icky, disgusting things. Another fun thing to do if you have kids, I used to do this when I babysat all the time around Halloween. Take this gooey stuff and the pumpkin seeds, put them into a glove, and fill it tight, seal it up. They love playing with it. It's this disgusting, gooey, slimy, but they don't make a mess because it's in the glove. Yay! Why wear gloves? Because I don't want to get everything disgusting and icky. That's why. But if you notice, I only have one glove on because, you know, reasons. So yeah. So carve, take out these little bits. We're also going to kind of take out some of this stuff. Unfortunately, this was something that was inevitable because of it giving us all that struggle. I would have liked to have this piece here to keep it curved. We have now lost it, so it does go straight down on that side, but it is still more curved on the others. So we're probably not going to cut too much into this. Oh, I need to move my bracelet back. So another fun thing that I actually do if I have a really big pumpkin like this, this is just gonna get disgusting. You can put your glove on and then wrap your arm in saran wrap. If you do that, it gives you a bigger glove. So we're gonna take these out. You can also use a spoon, which we do have, but I want to try to get the some of the basics out first, just as much as we can get out without killing ourselves. That's what we're gonna do. So we got, because the spoon, it's definitely not as good as your hand, because your hand you can actually feel what you're doing. You know the sides, you can kind of get a feel for what's there. With the spoon, you kind of got to go in blind when you're doing a pumpkin like this, one of the taller ones. If you have a more rounder one, you know, you can open the top a little bit more, and you can get your spoon and you can see what you're doing. Because of this, oh no, pumpkin seeds everywhere. We're kind of just, we're going in blind. A lot of seeds. Pumpkin seeds are great. They're very nutritious. You can season them. You can season them with all kinds of different things. You just get them. You gotta dry them out a little bit. Throw them in the oven. You can add seasoning. I like just like plain sea salt, but I also know people who do like cinnamon sugar pumpkin seeds, and you just roast them in the oven, and they're really, really good. A healthy, snappy little treat. So, right. But yeah, so this week we are doing the Horizon Zero Dawn Watcher is going to be the pumpkin that we're carving. Next week it is going to be a Pokemon or Pokemons, and I'm going to be asking you guys to kind of pick from a list I'm gonna have on Monday, and you can all throughout the week you can start saying which one you'd like to see. Trying to decide depending on like how long it takes to do a pumpkin. We might do like a evolutionary track, or we might just do one. Teacher Chefarista, are those tiny pumpkins real? Yes. The little guys back there are real, so is the gourd. Yes. I have one more teeny pumpkin as well. I only have one fake pumpkin, well, besides the jack-o'-lantern. Most of the pumpkins and stuff I get are real. But I have been thinking of trying to do the foam pumpkins, because you can, there's two different ways to carve a pumpkin. There's the way I'm going to do it, which is the kind of the traditional way, where you cut into the pumpkin and the space that you cut out is what becomes illuminated. The other way is the newer way, and that's more of like a sculpting. Instead of actually cutting away, making holes in your pumpkin, you are just shaving off the top layer. So instead of having this hard orange part, you just have this soft yellow part, and the pumpkins glow. It is something that's really, really cool. I have never done it. I haven't even really gotten a chance to try, because the last couple years I've been commissioned to do pumpkins. Well, except for the last 2 years, but the other years before that, I had very specific pumpkins I had to make. So I did not have a chance to do that. So now that we've gotten most of the seeds out, I'm going in just with my hand, and I'm kind of loosely scraping the inside, kind of just pulling it towards me, and this is where I'm getting all this kind of like pulp. And the idea is that you want to take off all the kind of like excess pulp. When you get to the top, be careful, because you don't want to take away from the amount that you have here saved for your cap, or your top, or your hat, or whatever you want to call it. So we don't want to take off too much, but we do want to make sure that we're not going to have any of this sticky stuff, because when we go to cut through, it just is annoying. You also don't want to see it if you have like big holes. So like if you're making like an actual pumpkin face, you can see through the nose and the eyes and the mouth, and you don't really want that. You don't want to see this stuff kind of hanging down, being disgusting. I do think I am going to switch over to a spoon though, because this, what I can do, again, I'm going in a little bit more blind, but I'm going to take care of the top part. So what I'm doing is I'm actually just having the spoon kind of cover, just scoop across this part, but a little bit farther in, and it's going to clean up that top bit for us. Keeps getting stuck on this piece. Again, this is another one that we ended up cutting a little bit straight down for, just to get the lid off. So I want to be very careful with that section. You can either scrape the stuff out immediately, or you can let it just fall to the bottom and get it later. And that's what I'm going to do when I'm using the spoon, just because it's annoying to grab it all in time. You'll also notice that inside the pumpkin, you have these kind of these lines that go up. You just want to break those down, especially on the side that you're working on. So we know we're going to be using this side. We want to get rid of this because this is just going to make it a little bit harder to carve. So we're going to get rid of that. But I might have to go in there with my hand and scrape that bit. So, grab all this stuff. This is all the stuff we got with our spoon. Pull this all up. And again, scraping with your finger is your fingers is helpful, because it kind of, you know how far you're going. You never want to dig too far into the pumpkin when you're cleaning it out, because you don't want the walls to be thin. Thin walls on a pumpkin are not good for carving, because again, as your pumpkin sits out, it starts to dry out, and you lose that stability. Another reason why the ones that like I'm doing, I have it made so there's not a ton of intersections. When you have intersecting lines, when you have intersecting holes and cutouts, what happens is they run a risk of falling apart a lot easier. So I'm gonna do this. Unfortunately, you do have to do this part before you can carve your pumpkin, because if you have holes in your pumpkin and then you start ripping off the sides, you kind of have problems. You run into issues. This will tire out your arm, especially if you don't use your arms a lot, if you're not working these kind of muscles. And really, who is working pumpkin carving muscles outside of October? So, but we've actually gotten, it's looking pretty good. We only have to go around a couple more times to make sure that we have all of this, most of the junk cleared out. There's a couple things that I can do off camera after we finish carving that I can kind of clean it up a little bit more without damaging it. But I do need to get the majority of the junk out of it. But yeah. But I love Halloween. I'm very excited for Halloween, for October, for all this fun. So, yay. And I'm glad you guys are spending some of your October with me. But again, I will be doing pumpkin carving every Sunday this month. They are all going to be video game themed. So that'll be fun. Crazy! Hey, how's it going? Yeah, welcome. Pumpkin carving. Woohoo! Yeah, doing pumpkin carving every Sunday in October and Halloween costumes every Friday in October. Next week should be, well, I guess this week, depending on when your week starts. I'm excited for this Friday's costume. I'm actually excited for next Friday's costume too. I had to order a couple things for it to complete the look. Not sure what I'm gonna do the last two of October, because unfortunately most of my costumes are, you don't really get what it is unless you see the full thing, and when I'm streaming, you don't really get to see the full thing. You only get to see the top part. So I'm trying to find costumes that look good just from the head to like the stomach. No, Smooth! The pumpkin wants this! This is what it's born to do! Fox, you feel like you learned more about pumpkins this last hour than your whole life. Yeah, no, we only slightly poked it. Just don't look at the, really fancy chef knife sitting here that we may or may not have stabbed into its head. Yeah, no, Pumpkin's fine. Pumpkin's, he's happy. He's, You've never seen a pumpkin be gutted before, Danger? Well, enjoy! This is Arista Jade Guts a Pumpkin. So, yes. Alright, well, we've got it pretty good. I got another couple, ooh, there's a little bit here. Pull this out. We got most of the pulp out. I did drop a couple pumpkin seeds, so we'll fix those. But yeah, let me show you the inside. Yeah, your gloves will get very disgusting, so just be prepared for that. So this is the inside of our pumpkin. You see, it's not completely perfect, but we did get most of the bits. You do want to look for a flattish base. We don't really need that as much because I buy the little votives that are battery operated. So you just turn those suckers on, put it in here, not a problem. If you do not have a flat base, do not put a real candle in your pumpkin. The candle will fall over and it will start burning the pumpkin, and that's bad. Your phone died during your brother's soccer game. Even your brother will... Oh, well, yay, Crazy. Very exciting. Congratulations to your brother. Sorry that it died. Yeah, ignore the huge chef knife. Just don't look at this. This I was cutting sushi. Let's put this over here. All right. Actually, no, I have to clean that off because I would never do that to my knife. Never leave my knife dirty like that. Okay, there we go. So, chef knife is done. We didn't actually use that spoon. We did use this spoon. Not a big deal. We'll clean that off. Put him right here. All right. So, again, for those of you joining us, let me give you an idea. This is what we're going to be carving into our pumpkin. This is a Horizon Zero Dawn Watcher. So this is our little buddy that we're going to do. I don't know why, but ever since I saw him, just the idea of the face was like exactly what I was like, that's gonna look so cool on a pumpkin. So that's what we're going for. This is as far as I've gone. This was my freehand drawing of a couple different pictures I found online. So this insignia over here, this is actually from the cauldron where you unlock the Watchers. I was going to put that on there, but I found out that they actually have this insignia on them. I think this is pre you converting them. But I don't know if it ever changes. So that's where we're going to go with that. Sushi. Man, sushi's great. Oh yeah, thanks, Danger. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to do it. I have not tested it. Oh, you're not much of a sushi liker, but you do like fish. There you go, Crazy. So again, so this is our topper. We don't really have to do anything to it. We just know that it's going to go, it will eventually, if you just carve a straight circle, the other problem that you run into with the pumpkins is you can't always put it on straight and you have to fumble around. if you put any type of like knock or like I say, like a key, it makes it very easy because you can't put it on like this. It has to, like a puzzle, like Fox said earlier. Yes, you can put it like this, like a puzzle piece. We sadly had to cut into ours more just because we had to pop it off. But if you have a stock, you don't have to do this. You can just make this one solid piece. And it's really easy. It really keeps it nice and stable. All right, so we have two options for how to put this on our pumpkin. So one way, this was just my original sketch, but then I realized that it's actually pretty much the perfect size for this pumpkin. I am gonna have the tail go out a little bit farther, so we might use this. I was debating freehanding it on here, but I think we are gonna go with, I think we might do the stencil. And by stencil, I don't mean stencil at all. We're gonna do trace. So I have, this is baking parchment paper. So I have this, my baking paper, and we're just gonna draw it onto here. I cut this size out based on where it would go. So my whole idea is that, actually we're gonna do it this way. So when our thing is sitting, you wanna look and see where you're gonna actually see it. So the lowest we can go is here. This would be the lowest we could go on this sheet of paper. So if we do that, and we know that's here, the highest we're gonna go is here. So that's what we're gonna do. So we wanna make sure that our picture is going to fit in that space, and it does beautifully. Again, so we're gonna have this here, and it can go out to the sides. I don't want it to go out too far to the sides, so I'm gonna try to keep it centered in between here, so we don't really go past here, which is perfect. We're gonna start a little bit farther over because I'm gonna have to finish his tail. So we're gonna do this, and we're gonna start right about there and right about there. So, and sadly you guys can't see any of that because it was slightly off camera. Oh my goodness, crazy. That's a long way to drive. So, all right, so we have our little guy here. Again, I'm gonna kind of scooch this over more because I wanna be able to finish his tail off as much as possible. And if this ends here, we're gonna do that. So we are just going to do a quick draw copy of this. And then what I have is, I have a safety pin, and I'm gonna use the safety pin to basically make little connect the dot fill-ins that we're just going to, once we get this taped onto the pumpkin, we'll just cut them out. We'll just make little punch holes. So if you just draw straight onto the pumpkin, I recommend using a Sharpie that has both a thick and a thin side, because what you can do is you can color in, just color this line straight with your thick part. You can do this line thin with your thin part, and then all you have to do is just, when you cut, you're just going to cut those lines through. And I can fix that part. You can, of course, change your mind. You can do different things. Like this is getting a little bit thicker now. I'm gonna do these. I also might not exactly pin out. I might just pin some of the bigger shapes, and then I'll just freehand these. Because again, the whole drawing was kind of a freehand anyway of what I thought I could do. With pumpkins, you want to not cut out a lot. The more you leave on the pumpkin, the better, because it helps with the stability. When you cut out large chunks, one, it's just a large chunk of missing. If you do small pieces, it's a little bit better. Now, do I like this? I'm not sure. I'm going to move it back a little bit and see if we want to keep it later. just with how I'm doing this. Now, again, I have very, only do what your knife set can handle. Luckily, I have a plethora of tools that I've used over the years for my knife cutting, for pumpkin carving. I get a lot of the woodworking tools, and so these and clay tools, because they work really well for carving. If you don't have precision pieces like this, don't try to do precision work. You're gonna just drive yourself insane. If you try to use just a regular like steak knife, it's gonna go insane. Pink, hey, how's it going? Super Sunday to you, my friend. So this we're gonna change. Again, we're gonna change some of these things slightly because our drawing changed just a little bit. And then you can also change it on the fly if you want. But this is where, and we're gonna have to figure out how to end the tail, because there's a couple different ways you can end the tail, depending on if we want him to be like super excited or what. Again, the feet were slightly annoying because honestly the feet are like this. This is what the feet are. They're just kind of an awkward, just like a spring kind of thing. So what we did is, well, what I did was I added these. I tried to add like cables to it, and then also give the impression of like a backwards kneecap on the back, because in some of the pictures he has like a kneecap. So you can do that, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. And the wires kind of just added a little bit to it. Now we have to draw this insignia right here. So it's going to go up. It's going to go down. It's going to go over. And it's going to go up. So how much of this can I do safely with the tools that I have? And that's going to be interesting. Okay. There we go. Okay. So that should be pretty good. This part's going to be cut out too. This part's going to be cut out. I might end up moving these over, so I probably won't pin those, because I want to make sure that there's enough room for the insignia in the center. But again, the only reason I'm coloring it in on this kind of like the parchment paper, is so that I can see what the idea is when I'm putting the pins in, because then I'll know, oh, I don't need that pin, or I do need that pin. It looks like he has chicken feet. Yes, he does. He does look like he has chicken feet. Looks like a prehistoric bird that can't fly. Yeah. That's kind of what he is. You could definitely say that. You could definitely say that he is. I wanted to look at my other sheet and see what shape we were going for here, because some of these angles I can fix. But again, if you go off of a template, if you go off of a design, it's okay to change your mind. If something happens, or you cut too deep, or you cut too long, it's okay to make changes. You can always figure it out. I will suggest cutting less is more, because you can't add back to it, but you can always cut more off of it. So like this, I think. And this, the eye is pretty much the only part that we're doing a really big cut out of it. And then we got that one here, and those are pretty good. Okay, so this is our guy, and let's see about getting him on here. So there's a couple things you can do. Push pins work really well. You put it on, and then you kind of push pin the piece into it. I don't have push pins here at the moment. You can also do tape, but be careful if your pumpkin is wet. If any of the pumpkin juice kind of fell out, you're gonna have to deal with that. Before we tape this on, though, I do want to kind of figure out the rest of the tail. So what we're probably gonna do is I think we're gonna end it like that. So we are not gonna actually. What we're gonna do is we're gonna cut off that part. We're not gonna have that part connect, because then we'd have two pieces kind of sticking out. But we can do this. And then we do a piece like this. Okay. We also know that we're going to do this line here. And then we're going to do these square boxes. As much as a square box or something that we can do, it ends up being a little bit. And that's going to be okay because it's fine. So this is our watcher. That's how he looks. So this is what we're going to be doing on our pumpkin. So I have my tape. I have my pumpkin. So again, I'm going to make sure that we're putting it on a spot we're going to be able to see it. So this is actually a pretty good placement right here. So it gives us a nice big chunk from the top, but another good spot from the bottom. So let me kind of show you how that looks. So really, he's got a good 4 or 5 inches down here, 2, 3 up top. This is going to be perfect. Make sure that we have the right spot on our pumpkin that we're doing this on, which should be right around here. We want to get him centered, maybe a little bit lower. So yeah, so this is where we're gonna do it. So whoops. Yeah, I was afraid of that. So another thing we can do is, because I did not use all that space, we can actually cut off some of this, make this a little bit easier for us to work with. Base pieces. Oops. The closer to the shape, like we might even actually cut a little bit more of this parchment off to make it a little bit easier to put on. Yeah, we're gonna do that. So we don't have any like extra overflow paper getting in our way. Okay. All right. So here is our boy. Here is our boy. So let me see if I can get this to actually stick. There we go. Much better. It doesn't have to stay on for long, just so that we can get the design in place and to pin it. And again, when I say pin it, I mean we're just going to take we have a safety pin that we're going to just stab it a couple times with. But it's good that we can kind of move our paper around, because as you can see, if we want it to be kind of like flat, you do have to either cut your paper in certain spots, or you can kind of fold it like we've done with this parchment paper. This part, and now right here, probably gonna do a crease in the paper. And then we'll do just a little bit more down by the feet, just to kind of keep that on. And this one here is our boy. And he look happy. He's so happy. I'm going to take the lid off just so it doesn't kind of get in our way. And now we're going to do the pins. So the reason I like doing pins is because you have, if something goes wrong and you have to change your design, the pins don't make it super, super obvious what was going on. The closer your pins are together, the easier it is to tell what's one part and what's another part. Especially when you have, like with ours, there's some very obvious, there's some spaces that are very, very close together. I'm not going to be pinning this line, but I will probably pin, actually no, I probably won't do that. I'm probably just going to do that right there. So kind of thing. Hey, Stick, welcome back. So we're really just going to pin the bigger things. And again, your pins are kind of just a guide. You can always change them. I am going to cut this one down a little bit farther in from where we had our drawing, because I want to make sure that the circle doesn't get messed up. How far away are we? If we go, okay, so if we go here and we go here, we go here and we go here. Okay. There we go. Make sure, because this is kind of like the main part is that Your Majesty, lurk away, my friend. We want to make sure that we don't mess up the eye, because the eye is like, the eye is kind of the biggest part of the Watcher. It's kind of like his thing. So we want to make sure that we're not doing anything to mess that up. And again, some of these I'm doing on one side of the pencil. Sometimes I'm doing it on the inside, sometimes the outside. It's just as I'm doing it, I'm kind of eyeballing where, if I notice a line looks it's a little too close, I'm going to move it myself just to make sure that we're not kind of killing ourselves. Oh, eating outside, Fox. That sounds like fun. Yeah, it is a beautiful day. There was a nice breeze. The sun was shining. Yeah, I was very happy with today. Especially knowing that there's bad weather coming. So let's, okay, this one I actually want to do more of an angle there. There we go. Okay. Now there's nothing else here, so this one I can do my pins a little bit farther out, because it really, I know I'm going to be connecting these. That's not going to be a question. It's when they're next to something else and you're just like, oh wait, is this connect to this one or is this connect to that one? Once I'm done, you'll see it and you'll be like, oh, that's what it is. You will get smudged. Just keep that in mind. If you do it this way, again, the same with if you're using a marker, it's you run the risk of getting junk on you. I'm actually gonna do the tail right now because I want to make sure that this doesn't get in case my smudging continues. I don't want to. Oops. Yeah, see that went a little far out, so we're gonna cut this guy in maybe a little bit, which is fine because this one looks like it could take that. So yeah, this week we're doing Horizon Zero Dawn and The Watcher, and next week it is going to be Pokemon. So starting on Monday, I'm gonna have kind of like a list of different potential Pokemon that we could use, and I want to hear from you guys and find out which Pokemon we should do. And there is the potential of doing an evolutionary track, so doing 3 or 2 Pokemon from an evolution and getting them all on pumpkins. because I did buy some multi-sized pumpkins just in case. I did buy. I'm not buying a ton of pumpkins all at once. I do have. I think I have 6 or so pumpkins right now. So yeah. I wanted to make sure that I had an assortment of pumpkin sizes for different things that we might want to do, but I also didn't want to buy them too early because again, I've had issues in the past where buying too early, the pumpkins go bad. So okay, and we're almost done. Because this one part is close, I probably shouldn't have done this one here. I should have left this section a little bit more open so that we can make sure we got this part done. But I think we can do it. It's gonna be tough, especially this little triangle bit right here is going to be pretty hard. To get it to look like the real thing and to not break. So we will see. Only time will tell. We're just gonna have to hope that it works. Because again, I have not done this one. It was just and usually I don't like do like a test pumpkin before I make pumpkin carvings. I just kind of just go for it. If anything, I will do a drawing. I don't always do a drawing though. I'm gonna forget what these little those little markers are. We might have to go farther out with the cable, so I'm not going to punch out the cable. I am going to punch out the feet though. His little chicken feet. And his ankles, or his kneecap. I'm probably going to move a little bit farther back. And maybe make a little bit smaller. Because again, just looking at it, you want to make sure that you have space between the holes that you're cutting out and the next set of holes that you're cutting out, because that's where you run into problems if there's not enough space. Like right here, there's no way I could do that. It wouldn't work. So we're gonna probably start him out here. That might even be too close. You're waiting for food to be made while you're outside. Okay, got it. Well, good luck, Fox. All right, so that's most of the stuff, most of the pieces that we wanted to do. So let me wipe off my hands a little bit. A little bit of hand sanitizer. I know, hot commodity, right, guys? Yeah, that fell over. What are we gonna do? Okay, so now to reveal our poked holes. I don't know if you can, oh, I don't think you guys can actually see it, but you get a pretty good outline of what you're gonna do when you do poke the holes in. So, and let me actually. This is what it looks like. So you can kind of see a little bit of the outline going on. There you go. Yeah, you can see it a bit. And that's really what you're going for. You just want to be able to see it a little bit. So what we're going to do is we are going to kind of angle this, and we're going to get going. So I have, this one is a, trying to think of the best way to show this. I don't know if you can see it. But it's a kind of like a V-shaped piece. If that actually does anything. And so I'm going to use this to get a couple of the little V-shaped areas. So right here, I can tell that this part's going to be really tricky. So right here, this area is going to be really hard. The holes are just really close together, and it's not giving us much stability there. So I'm going to work on that first because I want to put this one in. And so this is the other problem. This pumpkin is very, very thick. So a lot of my tools might not actually even go through it all the way. You want to go slow. Slow and steady wins the pumpkin race. That did cut through. Good. All right. So eventually it kind of pops through. All right. So that comes over here. What else do I got? Is that small enough? This is my small one. There we go. Okay. So what I want to do is I'm going to try to carve. Is that coming enough through? That just barely makes it, I think. So we're going to do this. I'm going to try to cut this one over a little bit further. And what you can do is if you have a very small area and it's just not working, you can actually use kind of whatever you have. Like I could use this I could use the safety pin to do that. Oh no. So this one is trying to carve in a direction I don't want it to. Okay. So we have the triangle part cut out. The trick is to get the tinier triangle in it, which I don't know if we're going to be able to do because it looks really, really hard. And unfortunately, I don't have much space down here. Yeah, I don't think this one's going to work. Okay, there we go. All right. And we're going to have it, have this part come down. This one go over. Have this part come out of it. We're going to just push this guy in. You can either, like I said, you can either push things out or you can pull them in, whichever way works for you. So we have a tiny little thing here. We now need to connect this part with this part. It is also really good to have your design handy. So again, to make sure that you know what you're doing, which way you're going. If you're supposed to be zigging or zagging, as it were. So because we're trying to do that, that's what we're trying to get here. It's not going to look, ours is not going to look exactly like that. I'm going to tell you right now. Just because of how small we had to make it. but it is going to be close. We're gonna try to get this guy out. And what we can do, which I started doing that I didn't say, we're going to make this more of a slit and not actually go all the way through. So as you can see, we do have the beginnings of that triangle cut out, but it's not going to be a perfect cut all the way through, just because that would be way too complicated. It would be way too hard for us to get. I do need to cut down a little bit more so that I can close the bottom of the triangle out. Unfortunately, that is another part of this. So I just gotta make sure we're not cutting into that. We might need to use another tool for that part right there. We're gonna just take this line down, that out. Perfect. But again, pumpkin carving, you just go with it. You do something. If it doesn't look right, you try something different. So instead of carving this out and making a perfect hole, I actually think this will look better if we do it this way. But I didn't know that until we started actually getting into the pumpkin itself. We do need to cut. That needs to come out. Tweezers are also very helpful. I did not bring tweezers because they're in my other pumpkin kit, but they can be used to kind of pull these pieces out, like if you're going to be doing the reverse one. Yeah, so. All right. So, if you can see that with the angle I'm trying to show it at, you can't really see it too well. So, we're gonna go to one of the other parts. What are we saying here? All right. Let me turn on another light. Get this. Oops, no, this one's facing our way. Hold on. Earthquake. This might be a little bit more helpful, hopefully. Okay, here we go. So now we're gonna go for this top bit. Do his like eyebrows. When you are carving a pumpkin, you want to be very careful not to push too hard. If you push too hard, especially if you've already carved some of your pumpkin, it gets you can break it very, very easily. So make sure that you are not pushing too hard. I'm throwing pumpkin pieces at myself. Okay. So we're just gonna follow our tracing lines. I've also seen people use like ice picks. If that works for you, you go right ahead. More power to you. I've always just liked using sharp knives. Have always worked pretty well for me. If there's angles you want to cut at and you can't get them, remember, if you're cutting the piece out, you can just cut within that space. It doesn't have to be perfect. So like we can, to get this section out, we could cut triangles into it. And that would make it a little bit easier for us to kind of pull these chunks out. So you have that. I'm gonna need my curved piece, I think. both push and pull with this. My little scooper piece. But as you notice, if you're doing it like this, and we had, say we had painted it on with like a marker, this pumpkin juice is just gonna rip that part off. It's gonna destroy your writing. So keep that in mind if that's something you're thinking of doing. Again, the push method, you're kind of stuck with the push wherever you put the pin in. You kind of gotta go there or bigger. So that is the drawback of it. Drawing it on, you have a little bit more freedom of changing your mind. So you have a couple things to think about with that. Eventually, you won't really notice when it's lit up, when it's sitting on a porch. You're not gonna see those kind of changes. You're not gonna see the push pin marks, so that's not something to worry about later on. It's, you know, when I make like corporate ones that sit on like the receptionist desk, those are a little bit more. You kind of can't have obvious markings on things because then people come up, they see it, they go, "What's that?" And then you're like, "Nothing. Everything's fine. Do not look at the man behind the curtain." Again, I'm gonna fix some of these up with the kind of more angled one. I can do that. So. My littlest scalpel. I feel like singing the My Little Pony song for my scalpel, and that's just, I don't think that's exactly how it was intended. My little scalpel, my little scalpel. No. So I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to get this section out. There we go. Fortunately, there's a lot of square pieces. And again, if you buy the pumpkin carving kits that come with the knives, those knives are actually pretty good. I'd say you only get like 1, maybe 2 years out of using them before they're either dull or just useless. So you do have to rebuy them occasionally, but they are really helpful. A lot of times you get really small pieces that again are very, very helpful. So again, your pumpkin is not going to look super impressive until you put like light into it. It's not, pumpkins aren't meant to, just looking at them, it's in the daylight, not the best. So don't feel bad if you look at it and you're like, "Oh, this doesn't look the way I wanted it to." It will look better when it's dark. So that is a helpful thing. Oops, there we go. Nope, that one. Get some of this stuff out. Clean out a little bit, make it a little bit better. Alright, so I think I'm gonna try for the eye next because the eye is such an important part of this. want to make sure that the eye, if I end up going, if like the size of the eye goes bigger than I had originally planned, I want to make sure that I still have space for it. Go. Save! No! You did not miss the pumpkin carving. It's probably going to be going on for a while. We have been doing it for about an hour and 45 minutes, but you are here at the right time where we're actually, well, where I'm throwing stuff on the ground, but where we're actually carving the pumpkin. So, yay! Alright. Baby scalpel. Okay. So the eye worked well. This is exactly, it's pretty perfect for what I would have wanted. So this is good. No complaints on that. And again, that was kind of the most important thing. But basically, yeah, this is what we're carving. For those of you joining us, we're going to be doing a Watcher from Horizon Zero Dawn. And we have prepped our pumpkin by putting spots on it. And we are now working on the eye. So, will this one work for this piece? This should work. Okay, we're gonna do that one there, and then I will. Ooh, that's no. That can still be. That can still be this. Okay, good. Just making sure that what I'm trying to do is not going to go too far past the space we have allotted to do it. So, no, it does not. So yeah, instead of trying to do a curve right here, I'm just going to cut into the space that we're going to be hollowing out. And I'm going to do that for most of it. So that way, it doesn't actually matter if I do a curve. Eventually, I'll get a curve. But I can also do it safely, where I'm not having to kind of ruin any pieces of it. So yeah, so this was our first pumpkin of the month. Horizon Zero Dawn Watcher. Next week is going to be Pokemon. And I've been trying to think of some good ones that I can do a good design for, that I want to do. There are definitely some that are a little bit more complicated than others that we will probably not be doing, but there are a couple evolution sets that I thought might be kind of cool. So we will be looking at that starting next week. Or starting tomorrow, Monday. Wow, today is definitely Sunday. Yeah. Well, I'm very excited. I'm glad you guys are excited too, because this is something that makes me very happy. I really like doing it. And I didn't get to really do it last year, so I'm glad that I have a really good reason to do it this year. And we're gonna go to town. I'm gonna make it up to myself that I didn't get to do it last year. So I'm also gonna do a cut here. Luckily, there is some space. I do need. Can I get my square guy in here? No. No, I can't. So this is going to be, can I get my curved guy in here? Kind of. There we go. Okay, perfect. Get rid of that. So he is starting to come together. I don't know if it's easier easier with that light on or actually with that light off? Oh no, maybe light on. Maybe the light on. Okay. So for this guy, the eye will definitely connect all the way through, as will the bands. So any of the bands that would be blue, so like this line right here, or one of these lines is going to connect all the way through. Probably something on the legs. We're definitely going to have those ones connect all the way through because that's going to make it glow. And it's going to look really cool glowing. All right, now this is a nice exciting one because I can kind of go to town on this one. So I want it to be kind of flush with that. So I'm going to put that part there. But for the rest of it, I'm going to carve it down. And I should be able to use, well, this will be for the, there we go. You want to be very careful when you're carving. That one doesn't actually work as well as I want it to. When you're carving, you want to make sure what angle you're going at. Because if I'm cutting like this, and then I go to cut something else straight down, I'm going to end up making the support between the two cuts very, very thin. And you don't want that. You want to have any of your support cuts as thick as possible. Because that's how we got to do the kind of like the S curve. We're going to end it down here, right? Yes. This is where it ends. It ends right here. So a lot of times what I'll do is when I carve, I'll carve into itself. So this way I'll carve this in, this side I'll go in this way. So that way it's kind of making almost like a V every cut, opposed to going straight down or having them always go to like the left or the right or what have you. I want to be very careful because I do have this already cut here. So I might actually turn my pumpkin so that my hand isn't resting on that spot. Because we really, really don't want to, can you guys still see? There we go. We really, really don't want to cut into that. Because that was such a delicate section. Because we didn't do the cutouts for any of the center line or the side line, we can kind of cut this back piece as thick as we want it because we're just going to fill in the gaps as we go after it. Has been cut. Let's cut it into, again, it's usually tends to be a little bit easier if you cut it into segments or little chunks. Makes it a little bit easier to get it out. Usually makes it easier. So this guy, not cut enough into him. There we go. Probably gonna do something like this, just a very small one. And we can always clean this line up later if something happens to it. Say we cut a little too far one way. That's okay. We can definitely clean it up afterwards. So there's very few things, again, unless you go a little too close to something, that you can't fix afterwards with pumpkins. But if you're being cautious from the beginning, you can usually fix any mistakes. Like right there, I kind of cut a little bit too far. But that's okay. Oh, can't. I want to go out. Make this one a little bit smaller then. There we go. But again, as you see, these pieces are coming out as more of like a wedge than a straight piece. A little bit more wedge shaped than flat. And we're doing that specifically for this so that we're maintaining as much structural integrity as possible. And then we can always kind of shave a little bit off as we go down. But I do want to get this part out first. There we go. Okay. So. There we go. So. Yes, Your Majesty. What can I do for you, my friend? Oh, thank you. Thank you very, very much. This is probably one of my favorite things to do. Love carving pumpkins. I always like doing sculptures in art class. That was my favorite thing was more sculptures than necessarily drawing. I can draw things. I'm not good at creating my own designs though. So when it was like, oh, draw the landscape from memory, I'm like, I don't know. But if they said, oh, okay, how about you make this sculpture? I'm like, okay, that I can do. I do need to look at it though. My memory isn't the best. Where is our paper towels? Paper towels. Stat. But again, that's why I was very excited for Halloween for pumpkin carving, because yay, pumpkin carving. So we have, he's going, he's getting there, he's getting there. We'll do all of our fine work. Following up, probably should grab another paper towel. But yeah, I encourage you to carve a pumpkin. Get a pumpkin, get a knife, even if you just do a spooky face. At least it's getting in the spirit of things. Well, and that's the thing. That's why a lot of people don't carve pumpkins, because Halloween isn't a big thing in a lot of countries and a lot of cultures. Heck, in America, they're trying to cancel Halloween this year. Like, no, I need my Halloween. I get it. I mean, like, I get the main reason why they don't want us to have Halloween this year. It's not because they're trying to ruin fun, but lots of snot-nosed children walking around in groups, going door to door, sticking their grubby little hands into a giant box of candy that other kids have stuck their grubby little hands on. I get it. I get it. Oh, you do every year. I suck at it, but it's your favorite. Oh, we did a Stitch pumpkin last. Oh, that's awesome. That's very cool. Yeah, there's some really cool. What are they called? Disney ones that I've looked at, and like, this would be kind of cool. How do we want to do this? So I'm thinking that what we do. Should we do this? So I can do is I can do the punches. Okay, it comes here. We were gonna take like a step down, and then we're gonna do it here. So let's do this. Just giving him some definition into his neck, his neck stalk, as it were. So that goes there, yeah. Okay, we're probably gonna stop that one. Okay. And we're not gonna really cut this out too much. We just kind of want to have that be there, have the idea of it there. So that's kind of going to be what we're going to do with, and you guys can actually, you can see it from right here. So we just have that line. These ones, I wish I had a way to punch it out. Yeah, try to find the photo. I'd love to see it. I love Stitch. I love Stitch. It's funny because not the biggest fan of the Lilo and Stitch movie, but I really like Stitch. Which I don't know. I don't know if that's right. So these squares we might actually end up changing because I don't have the tools I wanted. I don't have a good punch out. I mean, these could work. I don't think you did a kit. Oh, you did a kitty and he did a Stitch. I love it. I don't think I have the right punch out things. So let me switch this blade out. Great. This is all now covered in gunk. Oh. I had it and then I pushed it right back in. There it goes. Okay. I've always liked this this tool. It's you just switch the blades out. Oh, I'm doing it the wrong way. No. You just put whichever blade you want in it. You just tighten it. Can I do? I might be able to do the squares. I'm gonna try to do a square. If I can't do the little square, then we'll just do an actual line again on the other side. So let's put him down. Let me make sure my other tools don't randomly stab into it. Okay. So we were having them start like right here. So if I did... Problem is I can't... This is really the best I can do. So let's see, how does this look? And then what about my punch out? Oof, really small. It's really tight. I don't think I can do it. I could try to scrape it out. No, that'll work. That'll work. We can do that. Okay. Oh, really? You can't get a pumpkin yet? Yeah, I went my husband was kind enough to bring me some pumpkins on Friday, and then we went out yesterday and got a couple more because I knew exactly the kind of pumpkin I needed for this one, and I needed one that was tall and narrow. And the ones he got me were great pumpkins, like the epitome of what you think of when you think of a like a jack-o'-lantern pumpkin. But they're, if you think about that, those are like these. They're cute, they're big, they're round, but they're not, they're really hard to draw something on. Yeah, this square will work. Okay, we can do this. Okay, so I'm gonna do, how often do I want them? As often as I dare. A little bit farther than I would have planned for this set to go, but that's okay. I think I was a little bit more gentle the first time. All right. So what we'll do is we'll just outline all of them. That one might have been a little big, but that's okay. We'll make it work. Hey, you know what? They're robots made by other robots. They're bound to have a few hiccups, okay? We'll do one more to get to finish the curvature. Because the neck part came this way, so we don't want this to go too straight. So we've got all of ours done, and now we just want to push them out or pop them out or push them in. However it wants to actually get out of the pumpkin.
You don't have any. You could travel further. Yeah.
Oh, no worries. Hey, you know what, Your Majesty? Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for spending some of your spooky Sunday with me and chatting about pumpkins. And yeah, if you can find the picture of the Stitch, I'd love to see it. But yeah, have a good night. You deserve it. Go. Go. All right, so this is starting to work a little bit better. Well, see, that's why you never say that when you're carving pumpkins, because the second you say it, something goes wrong. And really, it's not just pumpkins. It's whenever you say something like that. Oh yeah, this is going so well. Kaboom. You didn't need that other tire, did you? Oh, I guess not. Okay, well, good, because you don't have a name out longer. Make sure. Okay, so this should be good. No. It should be. If it is, there we go. So that's what we're looking for. If we can get them to pop out like that, glorious. I mean, we only have two more to do, but we will have more squares on the tail. So, I'm gonna say I think this one should come out pretty easy because this is a thinner. This was a thinner one that we did in the beginning when I was still nervous and hesitant before I got all rogue and carefree. I got all
Currently flattening your island in Animal Crossing while watching pumpkin part carving. Awesome.
Hey, that was one thing. If we have time today, depending on how long pumpkin carving goes, I was gonna try to check out Animal Crossing because I heard there was an October update where they added pumpkins. Is that true? Are there pumpkins now? There was. Awesome. October update is fun. Oh, what's in it? Tell me. Because I try to not play Animal Crossing when I can't share it with you if I can't share it with you guys. So, I'm very very far behind. You have a patch of 50 pumpkins grow. Oh my goodness. Oh safe. Oh safe. That sounds like a lot of pumpkins. But I am also a fan. Because, as you can tell, I am also a fan of pumpkins. Okay, so we got that. Yeah, this guy's gonna have to cut a little bit bigger. He's a little bit too narrow. He's too narrow-minded for this environment that he is now in. He needs to appreciate the finer, thicker things in life. And this guy right here, He's not wide enough. Which is a shame because I think he was wide enough and I just made everybody else wider. So, you know how that's a thing. Voids! Hello! You needed a girl's advice here. Okay. I can try to help you. I am a girl, but I was a tomboy for most of my life, so there's a lot of stuff about uh
Girly girls I don't always get. A girl that you literally just met called you cute. What do you do?
oh, well, you say thank you. Is she cute? It depends on how you want to play it. You can be, "Aw, thanks, you're not so bad yourself." Or you could say something like, "Oh, I was just thinking that about you." Or you could just say, "Oh, thanks. This is really sweet of you. Hey, do you want to, maybe hang out?" It all depends on what your intention is. What do you want out of this? Just want to be hey, cool story. I met a chick at a coffee shop and she said I was cute. Then great. You say, "Oh, thanks." But if you want her to be like, friend, girlfriend, gotta go like that. If you have her number, you can also text her.
She's spam calling you on Discord. Oh, wow. Okay.
Man. Cha-ching. Okay, so
we got our neck and our head done. Oops, there we go. I forgot which one was the camera. Okay, there we go.
so looking pretty good. We're pretty good on our designs, our plans. I think this knife is going to be a much better knife to use, and I'm glad I thought of it. I'm glad I decided to switch this out. Um, 'Cause, yeah, I think this will be a lot better. Yeah, so people, what are you, anybody else gonna carve pumpkins? I know it's pretty early in the season. If you carve a pumpkin now, it is probably not gonna last till Halloween. Let me just be honest with you. I do not intend for this to last to Halloween. Sadly, I will take pictures of it and be happy and remember it fondly forever. Um, um, so you know, keep that in mind. Judge when you should do your pumpkins. The colder it is, the better it is. Pumpkins will be happy in the cold. Um, they'll stay fresher longer. But again, just kind of keep that in mind. The last couple years, well, again, not last year because I didn't get a chance to carve any pumpkins, but last couple times I have done pumpkins, like the weather hasn't been the best, and so they've died pretty fast. Um, so, but yeah, how are you guys liking the crafting stream? I've never done anything like this before, and I'm digging it. But I want to know what your thoughts are. So if you like it, if you don't like it, like let me know. Especially people who have seen streams before and kind of like know the flow and are like, oh yeah, I like this better than that, or I don't like this. Like if you could just let me know, I'd appreciate it. I would love to know what y'all think because I am I like being a crafty person. but I also like video games. So it's like, ooh, which one do I do? And I would never get rid of all the video games, but like maybe we turn Sundays into crafting stream instead. I mean, gosh, the way it's working, um, today is gonna be mostly pumpkins, uh, if not all pumpkins all the time. Um, so there's that. This could be fun. Crafting stream is fun. It's a nice change from games. It could be fun. Okay. All right. And again, we can always try it, and if it doesn't work, we can go back to our old format. I mean, I've changed my format over. I was gonna say over the years, over the months. I have changed my format, and it's worked out pretty well, I think. Um, we changed hours. Sunday turned into a later stream. Um, and I think that's been good because we were able to get like Animal Crossing in. We were able to do like the fireworks. That was kind of the main reason for changing the Sunday stream from to the 4 to 8, because of Animal Crossing fireworks. I'm like, I want to do this. Let's do this. And it's like, oh, it's only at 4 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock or something. I was like, well, okay. Gotta get this little bit out of here. All right. I'm glad we were able to still keep this kind of like part of his hip. I'm glad we were able to do that. I thought we were going to lose it. We did have to change the size of some of this other stuff around here, but I think it's for the best. But I do have a couple other crafty things I like to do. There's some other people who, I know who stream that, God, their crafts are so much better than mine. But you know what? Maybe it's a learning experience. Maybe it's Arista Jade tries, and I try to attempt some type of new craft. And you guys can watch me fumble along and laugh at me when I fail. So there's always that possibility too. We have lots of options. We are spoiled for choice. But I think for video games, people like watching people who aren't necessarily good at a video game because it makes them feel, better that they're able to do it and the streamer can't do it. But I think for crafting, people are really looking for somebody who's talented. I could be wrong. I don't think I'm bad at video games. I'm just, if it's something like uh Subnautica, I'm just really scared. I'm scared when it's not necessary to be scared. I was gonna say we can tell that Canine's not here because Canine Rescue would be freaking out that we're not playing Subnautica right this second anyway. And watch as Canine like comes on. It was like, I was just gonna say that. Hannah, you're very thank you, Danger. Thank you very much. I think we're gonna change this from 3 triangles to 2 triangles. I think we'll do. Ooh, or we could do diamonds. Should we turn that into? No, I don't think the diamonds would make sense. But I'm okay with doing triangles. So yeah. So we turned our 3 triangles into 2 triangles. Potentially. If I can still cut. I'm going to cut and angle it. Again, right now we're just kind of getting the preliminary cuts in, and then we can go back and carve them a little bit better later. But that's the kind of waist, stomachy area, and the neck. Okay. This one we're not going to take as far over to this edge as we had originally wanted to. Same thing with that edge. We'll cut out that. Where's that cut? That cut's right here. Okay. Do this. I will say, pumpkin carving, this is one of those things that I will be proud of. Oh, thanks, Danger. I'm proud of my pumpkin carving skills. I would say that this is a skill that I have, and I enjoy doing it, but I am also good at it. So this is something that I will not go, oh no, you guys, I don't know. No, I'm pretty good at pumpkin carving. You finished eating, yay, Fox. Fox has made her triumphant return to stream after consuming the dinner. I had my husband made the best breakfast this morning. It was insane, and I was like, that's a lot of food, but it was really good. It was 2 eggs, 2 sausage, 2 pancakes. Oh my goodness. It was delicious. I was like, it's like we went to a restaurant. I was a very, very happy Aristajade. I do his feet. But the big thing is we got to keep, this is one of the few areas on this guy that has to have a curve. He has to have curve at his legs. That's just how it is. Punch out the little feet like that. Ooh, steak, salmon, and wings? Fox. I mean, I'd say, what are they feeding you over there? But I mean, you did just tell me. But my goodness, that is a feast. The only time I've had that much stuff was there was one year where there was a hurricane and we lost power for a very long time. So we knew that we were going to be out of power for a while, and we had just gotten a delivery of, I think it was like Omaha Steak or something, one of those companies. And so we had ribs and steak and fish, and it just, our freezer was filled. And so we were just like, okay. So we just grabbed a whole bunch of stuff and we just cooked it on the grill, and we just had this huge smorgasbord of just nonsense. And I was like, this is the best. We don't this was not cut at the top, unfortunately. I wish I had a it is now. Nope, not that one. This one. There we go. Not coming in. I guess. Okay. You guys see the carving? Yeah, you guys can see the carving. Okay. So I've been, anytime we go to like the store, for some reason I always want to have in my house, or in me and my husband's house, I want to have the same stuff that I had growing up. And I don't know if anybody else is like that. Anyone who's then living on their own, you think about, or at least I'm like, okay, my parents had this, this, and this, and it was always very convenient. Now, whether I actually do stuff with those kind of things, I always think, oh, I need to have this, this, and this. One of those things is a card table. My parents had two card tables, and we used them for holidays and anytime like the like kind of arts and crafts kind of stuff. Just prop out the um, pop out the card table, cover it in something, and then there you go. You can carve pumpkins on it, just like that. So when we go to the store, for years I've been telling my husband, I was like, "Oh, we should get a card table." And he's like, "We don't need a card table." I'm like, "Yeah, but you never know." He's like, "We never have people come over to our house." I'm like, "Yeah, but what if we did? We wouldn't have anything." And he's like, "No, we don't need one." So when we were thinking about this whole pumpkin carving idea, I was like, "Well, how the heck am I gonna? What am I gonna carve on? I can't carve on my computer table. There's not enough room there, and I'll get it all sticky and icky and blah." I'm like, we need a card table." So we kept thinking about it, and then we're like, well, it's not like we can go out anywhere and get a card table. But this card table right here, this is a card table. I was able to get it from Amazon, and it actually got delivered fairly quickly. And I was like, wow, because I didn't know if it was going to come in time for me to actually use. And I will tell you, this thing is perfect. And I'm just happy because basically I got my way. I got my card table. You understand, Danger? You do the same thing? I just like, I just always, I remember stuff being super helpful to my parents and thinking, wow, it would be helpful to me as well. I just realized I've been talking this whole time. Haven't had anything to drink because normally I drink during like a downtime during a video game, and there are no downtimes during pumpkin carving. You do one thing and you go on to the next thing. Okay. All right. So, okay. If we do this, oh, maybe I do that instead. So I'm thinking that for the wires on the legs, instead of having two, having one go like this and having one go like this, I'm thinking of just having it kind of come down to here and then come out that way, like crisscross. Just kind of do it on one side. No, I think it's gonna have to be. Nah, never mind. We'll keep it this way. We'll keep it this way. Luckily, there is space. It's not like there isn't space to do it. Oh, I gotta clean up these little bits. So I mentioned this in the beginning. If you have a pumpkin and it's got these little like white spots, there is a way you can kind of scrape your fingernail against them and kind of scuff them off. So that's what I'm trying to do here. These were a little bit more obvious than I would like. So I do want to kind of scrape some of them off. If you use something abrasive like a knife, be prepared because it could change the color. But some of these are really stuck in there, so I'm going to have to. Oops. I stabbed the back of the pumpkin, but luckily it was the back of the pumpkin, so it doesn't matter. Alright, let's do the other leg. Little foot there. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Little foot thing there. Bring that back up. And then this one we can pull out. There we go. And we'll do this. And do this. And I'll say this little tiny bit right there. Perfect. Alright. And now we'll cut down here. Excelente. So what day of the week is Halloween? Halloween is on a Saturday this year. Which is kind of why we're doing different stuff, at least on this channel, on Friday and Sunday, because I will not be on Saturday. Sadly. But I will be thinking of all of you fondly and hoping that you had a fun Halloween. There we go. That was a good one. That was a good chunk to get out. Ooh, look at the, yeah, see, this is what we're looking for. These nice, solid pieces being able to kind of just pop right out. This guy's gonna need a little more. I think I just kind of jacked that part up a little bit because what I'm using is actually a knife. There it is. So it's a knife on one side and then flat on the other, and I think the knife side was cutting into something I wasn't planning on it cutting into. Yay, 3 days. What about 3 days? What? What's happening? Oops. Well, that bird's gone. Good riddance. That's all I have to say. Good riddance. Okay, there we go. Oh, 3 days till your birthday! Oh my goodness, Fox. Happy almost birthday. Yes, my brother's birthday and one of my good friends' birthdays is in October. They actually have the same birthday, so it's very easy for me to remember. It's actually funny. One of my cousins and one of my best friends have the same birthday, and then my brother and then one of our me and my husband's mutual friends has a birthday on the same day. So it's, but my friend and my cousin, their birthday is in September. But it's easy because I remember, I'm like, okay, we got the September birthdays out of the way. Okay, the October birthdays are coming up. I hate to ask because, ooh, her feet are good. We're gonna have to do our little kneecaps now. I hate to even ask, Fox, but are you doing anything fun or anything for your birthday? Oh, you have the same birthday as one of your friends, Safe. That's awesome. See, and then you guys can never forget, and hopefully your friend remembers too. Take out our little kneecaps. Kneecaps might need a little work. Not gonna lie. Might need a little work. one on the right looks a little triangular. So let's see if we can kind of carve that out. I think it's because this part right here, I think the flat part wasn't extremely flat either. So I think that kind of made it look more roundish. Okay, that's better. It's a little bit better. I think I can do this. I'll shave off a little bit of this one. I know I said we were only doing preliminary cuts, but I'm like, this I can fix right now. I see what the problem is. The other stuff, you know, I want to make sure I take care of the more important things before that, but this just doesn't look right. Okay. You're a little bigger. Well, you're a little bit different, but that's okay. So, we'll probably, I think I do still want to do the straight line cut like this. I think we still might do that. I think he needs it. I think he needs it. And it doesn't actually hurt anything. It does partially affect the stability of this piece right here, but not enough for it to be a concern, I don't think. Yeah. So hopefully the idea is this spot right here is just when the light does go through, and as it dries, it'll stretch out a little bit. So that'd be pretty cool. You both spend it on D&D this year. Nice. See, friends who game together stay together. All right, let's do our rectangular piece. We're gonna punch that out there. And then I want to actually do almost like I only want one side to be flat and the other side's going to be curved. Because that's the big thing about the creatures in Horizon Zero Dawn is that they're all they have lots of parts. They have lots of parts, and they are made by other machines, so it's like you can't really blame them. They're not going to be perfect. So, but it's so many parts that do different things. So the idea of having different shapes, having it not be, you know, a trapezoid. We want to have different shapes because there's lots of different shapes in here. Now, this part I can do a little bit differently too. I can cut that across. We're gonna give this more of an. This one's gonna be. Oh, can I do? Oh, I can do this. There we go. Do that. Oh, that did not carve exactly the way I wanted it to, but that's okay. Have this go like this. This part follows this down here, and this part follows this one down, and then. Square and square. Perfect. And then we do more finishing cuts with this guy. Yay. So, Safe, you've played D&D. Have you ever played Pathfinder? Because I have never played D&D. I've only ever played Pathfinder. I've watched D&D stuff. Like, I've seen Critical Role. I've seen, like, High Rollers. I've watched some other little things. But, and from what I understand, it's basically the same game. There's, it's just, it's really who you talk to will tell you different things. Like people who only play D&D say that D&D's better. People that only play Pathfinder say Pathfinder's better. It's like, oh, okay, thanks. Not super helpful. But I think they're different enough that it's good, but they're similar enough too that you can kind of get away with it. Like if you don't know, you can kind of wing it.
Never played Pathfinder. Okay. Gotcha.
All right. Okay. So now we are on almost. Let me just put that part off. Okay.
So we have that part done.
And now we just need to finish the tail. The tail is going to be a little bit more complicated because we do have more design elements going into it. So the tail, let me show the better picture of what the tail is going to look like. We have that. So we want to do a line and we want to do these squares. The squares are going to change. I don't know if we're going to be able to get the squares in, unfortunately. I don't know if we're going to be able to get the squares in. So we'll get the main part done. That's what matters. The tail, I think the most like the parts of the Watcher that are the most critical, the parts that make it, oh dear, the parts that make it a Watcher are like the tail and the eye, mostly the eye, because they use, and then they get up on those little bird feet to like attack you, but I want to make sure that the tail gets done right. So I'm gonna do. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I made the tail with the pinholes a little too thick, so I'm just not going to cut as much of that if I want to do any of the other detail work. We just won't be able to do it. So Fox, has this inspired you to want to carve a pumpkin? Hopefully it has. Hopefully this has inspired anybody who hasn't carved a pumpkin or doesn't know if they can. Like, do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. You do want to carve a pumpkin now. Yay, I win. Get that part out. Oh no, 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 no. A little too forceful with that spot right there. That was my bad. Well, I mean, really, anything that goes wrong with this pumpkin is my bad. It's not like you guys did anything to it. I think we're gonna have to do some of our pushing technique. You're gonna come out. Oh, come on. Come on. There you go. See what all the cool kids are doing? There you go. There we go. Nice. Yeah, sometimes you have to push them in to get them to pop out. You just gotta keep working it. And again, just, oops. And, you know, occasionally throw pieces of pumpkin on the floor. It helps me focus. It helps me stay focused. Yeah, so like this is a little jaggedy. We're gonna have to fix that, but we can fix that, as they say, in post. Once we get all the other big things going. Go back and fix that. Okay. So we did that. I'm gonna do this. So I think I'm gonna keep this line. I think I'm gonna end it a little bit sooner. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep this line's thickness. And again, you don't have to have these fancy tools that I have. Getting a pumpkin carving kit from like the grocery store or online is like a better idea because you get tools that are specifically made for pumpkin carving that are really, really helpful. I actually wish I had my kit, but it's somewhere in my basement and I couldn't find it, so. I know this pumpkin is a pumpkin stream, but what's your favorite Animal Crossing resident? Ooh, that's a good question. Is it who's my favorite resident that I have, or out of all of them? And I will also say that I don't know all of them. Okay, out of all of them, I would say I really like the oops. Okay. I really like the deer, and I really like the octopus that actually looks like um the Japanese octopus balls. I can't remember what either of their names are, but I like the deer and I like the octopus guy. Right. So we have the basis of the tail. So now I need to decide what exactly can we do, or do we want to do? Hello, kitty. Hi, Gray. Don't eat the pumpkin on the floor. Don't trip over the crazy new set of things. Oh, God. You have the cat Raymond. Oh, yes. Yeah, it's so funny. I remember, like, people go crazy for that cat. And I don't know why. Like, what is so special about it? What's so special about any of the residents? It's not like they give you anything special, right? Yes, kitty. Gray, you coming back? No. Sadly, I don't know if I could actually do a good stream with him right now. You feel like Gray would be scared of the pumpkin? Fox, I think you're right. Gray is the biggest scaredy cat. Oh, you guys did see him on the screen, yes! Because he walked around the deck. Oh, yay! Duh. Of course you can see him. Yeah, he's not the bravest animal ever. Kind of a scaredy cat. Kind of 100% a scaredy cat, yes. But he's so cute. So, like, come on. Can you blame him? He's adorable. We're gonna do that one, and then we're also gonna do. Should I do this? Yeah, let's do this. Oop, no. Different angle. There you go. Okay. Alright. And then I do want that to be a little bit more. That's fine like that. Okay, just be like that. This goes like that, and so if it's like this, then it needs to be like this. Yes, okay, there we go. Alright. I was like, what are we doing to this piece? I remember. I remembers. Right, you can come back. Oh, hi. Hello. You might see him again. Ray, what are you doing? Yes, you're a cat. Yes, you're a cat. You want to be on screen? You got to go stand over on the other side of the desk. You gonna try to eat my plant? I can see you. He smells the pumpkin. And I think you're right, Fox. I think he's scared. What are you doing? What are you doing? He's sniffing all the new hardware I have over here. What are you doing? Yes, you're very much a cat. I know. I know. Yes, cat noises. Lots of cat noises. What? Hi. Hi. Sorry, I have to pet a cat. Oh, you hear him talking? Yeah. Yeah. Gray? What are you doing? What are you doing? It sounds like my husband is washing dishes. So it means he's not getting attention downstairs, which means that he's desperate for attention now. Because God forbid the cat goes more than 5 seconds without getting pet or nuzzled or given treats. And it's not dinner time yet. You have 30 minutes. You eat at 7:30 and 7:30. Excuse you? Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, what? He might jump up on this card table. I'm giving you warning. He might jump up on it. Cat. You gonna try to knock over the card table? Is that what you're trying to do now? What are you doing? What are you doing? Get the kitty. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Alright. Hi. How high is the table? It's as high as my computer desk. Which is probably 3 feet? What are you doing? Are you gonna jump up on the table? Is that what you're planning on doing? Should I move stuff and hide the knife? You're gonna jump up here, aren't you? Do you want me to put a chair over there so you can sit? Alright, hold on, guys. Don't sit on the chair yet. Hold on. No, I gotta put the chair. Hold on. Here. Sit right here. Get right there. Come on. Sit there. Oh. You okay? No. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. No, where are you going? Ugh, stupid cat. There you go. If you want to sit there, people can see you in stream. If you sit on the chair. You can't sit on my chair. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed. I don't know what to do for you, Gray. What do you want from me? Huh? I know what you want. You want food, and you want... Uh-oh. My stream freeze? What happened? Can you see him? Can you guys see him sitting there? What happened to my stream? My, oh no, it crashed? Can you hear me? Oh, you can hear me, you just can't see. All right, hold on. Let me try to... Audio is fine, it's this thing. All right, let me try putting this thing back on. Well, he did knock into the camera doohickey like 6 times. Uh-oh. Audio is fine, but you guys cannot see my screen anymore. Hold on. Let's try... no, it's this one. Cat, if you broke this setup, if you ruined the setup, I'm gonna be so mad at you. Really? Did you just Gray? I wish you guys could see him because he is sitting here so proud and so pleased with himself. I am the invisible lady. It's amazing, right? Oh, crap. Alright, hold on. Let's see if I can fix this. I don't know what I'm doing. Gray. Oh my goodness. Can't believe you broke the stream. Can't believe you broke the stream, Cat. Alright, hold on. Let's try. Let me try this again. Let's try a new one. Sure. Let's say this. Yay! Alright, hold on. Well, there you go. Right? I can't believe
You did that. I can't believe you messed everything up. Everything's all discombobulated. But at least you're cute. At least you're cute. Oh, everybody's saying hi. Great, great. Hi. Hi. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my silly goodness. You have an eye gunky. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to get your eye gunky? So Gray is incapable of getting the little gunk out of his eye like other cats do on a regular basis. He just expects me to do it for him. Because he is a spoiled rotten cat. Yes, you are. You're just the most spoiled rotten cat. Can I move this back a little bit? There. Everybody said hi. Yeah? What are you doing? You see my pumpkin? What do you think? Do you think it looks like the Watcher? The Watcher? You scared of it? You like the pumpkin? Want to see the pumpkin? Gray is investigating the pumpkin. He's checking to make sure that it's acceptable. Don't eat my pumpkin. You like it? You approve? I think he approves of the pumpkin. Yeah. Thank you, baby. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Yes. Yes, you're a kitten. Sorry for anybody coming here for pumpkin carving time. It is now cat time. So it is a combination of cat and pumpkin carving. He is skeptical of the pumpkin. I think it's because I don't think he played Horizon Zero Dawn. Alright, Gray. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Please don't break my thing again. Okay? Bye, cat. Okay, back to the pumpkin. Oh my gosh. The things I do for a cat. Problem is, I'll do it every time. Every time, I'll do it for the cat. Okay. Alright, so what we want to do is on the tail bit right here, we need to add a little bit more detail. And I'm wondering if we should just do what we did here with the little tiny cross hatches, or if we should actually try to do these little blocks. Because I'd love to do the blocks, I just don't know if there's enough room there. Oh yeah, pumpkin carving. Maybe he's saying next carving as a cat. Ooh, could be. That could be what he's going for. He was not happy. I usually do cats for them. I usually make a carving for all of my animals. So a cat and a rabbit. So yeah, you're right. He might not be the biggest fan because it wasn't a cat. I think you're onto something, Pink. Let's see. Okay. Ooh, Lucky Cat from Rat. Ooh, that's a good one, Pink. That's a good one. Alright, I'm trying to decide exactly what I want to do with the stuff I gotta clean out of that piece. Okay. Yeah, that's a great idea. That might be a little hard. I think I mentioned it. I actually thought doing the shoe with the flower would be kind of cool. It's a little obscure, but it's definitely a raft thing. All right, let's try the squares. Should we try the squares? Problem is, if we start the square, we kind of have to finish with the square. I just don't know how that's gonna look. Trying to fix this too. It's got a little mangled. Okay.
There we go. All right, get rid of that. Okay. All right. What if I... What if we did triangles? He doesn't have triangles. He definitely has squares. Ugh, it's so frustrating. Because I can't make them... Well... All right, we're going for squares. We're going for squares, guys. I'm gonna do it. Sadly, we won't be able to get the straight line in, but at least we'll have squares. Oops, we're getting a little close to the top part. I want to bring my guy a little bit. But it makes sense that these would get smaller the farther you would go out on the tail. This one might be a bit of a mistake, though. Have to see. Okay. Squares! Squares? Squares. Yes, all the squares, Fox. Lines would be nice, but squares will work. Because squares will work. Yeah, because they do have little squares running down the tail, so that definitely makes it a little bit more accurate to the game. And we're not going to be accurate. Like, you could go in and be like, oh well, technically there's supposed to be 13 squares and you only have 10 squares. Yeah, you're right. I'm trying to build a creature on a pumpkin. A little bit harder to do. You know. But I don't think any of you guys will fault me for it. Alright. I'm really happy how this is turning out, because I just had this vision in my head for how, like, of this being a pumpkin, and I was like, this is gonna be great if I can pull it off, and it looks like it's coming together. Sure, there were a couple things I would have probably done a little bit differently, but yeah, exactly. Who cares about numbers? It's how it looks. I personally think it looks fantastic. Pop that out. Stab it out. No, I lost it. I broke it. It's okay. We'll just have to get it like this. There we go. Charge it. Okay. Oh, God, I just realized my stupid head has been in the way. I'm sorry, guys. The
camera got moved because of the cat, and I'm so sorry. That is a little bit better. Sorry. My bad. My head's still in the way? Not really. In case the cat comes back in, you can still see the cat. This should be better. Sorry, I didn't know my big stupid head was in the way. So, once we get this done, we just need to go back and do. Oh, we just need to go back and do some of the final touches, a little bit of cleanup, and then it will look. It should be done. So, I mean, that's still going to take a little bit of time. Looks good. Oh, thanks, Fox. Yeah, I think it's looking pretty good. And I am actually glad that we went with the squares here. I think the squares look nice. A little bit more accurate to the water. Aww. So let's do that. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. All right. So that is the main idea of the Watcher. So there's his eye, and then we go down his neck. There's his body, his feet. We go out to his side. We've got his little insignia. We've got his tail. Oops, sorry. It's really. Pumpkin's actually really heavy. There we go. So now, I'm trying to decide if we want to do the fringe on his head. So in the drawing, technically the Watchers, before you convert them over to your side, have these two little pieces, one on either side of the face. Kind of like fringe. My husband called it a beard. And I'm trying to decide if we should put it on or not. I just don't know. We definitely need to add the wires at the feet. So that's what we're gonna do next. I think that's an important part. So the question is, how do we do it? So the way I had it before is we did like a line like this, but I think these are so short now. I'm wondering if we should go like this. Because they were supposed to be S curves. So I mean, I could do one like this, and then I could have it come out like. This one I could have down here, and then I could have it loop like this and just end there. So I could do the same thing. I could go like this and then have it go like that. I wonder how that would look. So that is our current conundrum. So if I did it. It would look like this. if you can really see it.
Yeah, you know what? I think it looks better than nothing. So actually using a little bit of the pumpkin juice to erase that line. I mean, we're gonna be going over it, but there we go. Okay. All right. So that's what we're gonna do. All right. Yeah. Actually, I already think that looks better. Can't really see it too well right now, but trust me, it looks pretty good. It's just a very tiny little incision, tiny little bit. Um, but I think it adds like depth to the leg. Because it's just a little it's very similar to the kneecap. It also kind of ties that in a little bit. And I think that was kind of the problem because the kneecap on its own is just like, what is that? Why is it sitting there? Um, but with the addition of the little extra line, if I bump, I might have to make the kneecaps actually look a little bit taller so there's very much a difference between the two, but make sure my head is not in the way again. Paper towels. Tool. Okay. Looks pretty good. Pretty good. All right. So now we want this guy. We're going to go back through. Try to clean up a little bit of these areas. So we're going to some of the spots where the lines might be a little jagged, and we're just gonna cut those, make it a little bit better. Again, the whole idea is that again, if you make shallow, smaller cuts, you can always go back and add more to the cut. But if you cut too much, you can't put it back on. So for some of these areas where we're like, oh, this looks okay, let's just leave it like that. That's why we did it, because we're gonna go back and actually make sure. It's like this part right here is very jagged for some reason. So we're going to make it just a little bit thicker, but it'll be cleaner. Get that out. And there, that looks a lot better. This is also the time that we can start kind of cutting a little bit more into the pumpkin and less of doing it at like that sharp angle, so that when it actually gets something in it to shine, we can actually see that. So I think I will actually post the picture of this on Instagram, and then it will be my first Instagram post that wasn't just saying that I was going on stream. Craziness. Craziness, I know. But apparently people use Twitter for other things than. Was I saying Instagram? I don't know if I was saying Instagram or Twitter. I meant Twitter. They normally just tweet out when I'm going live. But this, I'll actually do a tweet. A real tweet, guys. I know, you never thought the day would come. And this is why I use the like precision tools, because of stuff like this, trying to get these like perfect lines in. This is something, that it's important to me that it's a good straight line, so I gotta make sure I do that. Hello! Isn't craziness all part of the creative process? You are absolutely right, and I'm too far away from my computer screen to read your name. Is that Midharam? Midharmi? Sorry. I'm terrible at Twitch names. I butcher all of them. I'm so sorry. Hello. I might just call you 84, because that Mike I can go with. Perfect. Hello from the UK. Wow, it is way past your bedtime. Oh, your first pumpkin carving. Oh, thank you. Oh, and you think it's a lovely job. Boy, thank you very much. I am a pumpkin carving fan. I love pumpkin carving. So I'm glad that I can show you some pumpkin carving fun. I'm going to be doing pumpkin carving every Sunday for the month of October. Every Sunday we're doing a pumpkin carving stream, and I'll be doing different video game things. So, yeah. Oh, I might have said that, Fox. You know me. I'm also bad at, words and stuff. Doesn't help that it's 16th century Germanic text. No, got it. Yeah. I can't even pronounce, American English names, right? So, yeah. It's midnight. It's 12:22. That's it. I can do time. Or, you can just say, do military time and say it's 22 minutes o'clock. I don't know how to say that. Numbers and words are hard, man. Numbers and words are really hard. I don't know why we have them. It's just a crazy situation. Fox, I went with the idea that you did it on purpose, and it made me laugh. So I'm going to continue to think that you would have written hard correctly, but you were doing it for comedic value. So that's what we're going with. That's what we are going with. Oh, this is a very angry piece. This isn't going to want to come out. English is hard. Ah, yep.
And your dyslexic English. Yep, that's gonna be hard. Actually mistyped it. Oh, fuck.
You're ruining my dreams. Yeah, I have never been a good reader or speller. So that's why when people misspell things in chat, I totally know what you're trying to write because that's probably how I would have spelled it. Um, but yeah, I'm so bad with names because I put the inflections in the wrong spot. I read phonetic or I try to like read and spell like phonetically, which is not correct. At least not in English. So everything ends up being wrong. I just go with it. But you know, I play video games for a living, so do I really have to pronounce people's names correctly? Is that really an important thing I have to do? Problem was when I was teaching, names. People get mad when you don't remember their name right.
Uh-huh. Yes, exactly. You know what? I don't need no stinking words. Give me a scalpel and a pumpkin and I'm ready to go to town. Yeah, I so before I was teaching, I was in food and beverage, and that's the funny thing is I was trying to help some of the chefs write reports that are necessary for the job, and their reports were terrible, and it's because chefs don't care about how to write a well written document. They just need to write a menu. So it's funny when you think about what's important to some people is not important to other people, and it all depends on what their job is or where their passions lie. But yeah, I'm a terrible speller. I'm a terrible reader. So I just hit keys on a keyboard and stab things with a scalpel. Pumpkins, definitely just pumpkins, guys. Don't look into my personal life. So all right, that part is looking pretty clean. This part in here, we're struggling with. Unfortunately, there's not too much I can do to it because I don't want to. We've already cut so much of the pumpkin away here that if we cut too much more off, it's just going to become incredibly unstable. Tempted to read that sentence and gave up after reading the first. What? Fox! But yes, Mike, this is actually my first crafting stream. I've never done a crafting stream before. I'm a very craft loving person, but I do love Halloween. So I decided that I was going to try giving a crafting stream a go. So I'm glad that I can entertain you with some pumpkin carving tonight. I'm at the point in the day where your brain is just tired. Oh, Fox. Yeah, no, that's I don't blame you. And you just ate. So you are just you're wiped. You'll be hopefully doing crafting streams soon. You just need to check if your new broadband. Ah, yep. Word. Yeah, I. That's why it took me so long to get into streaming because our internet is terrible, and so we had to actually upgrade to a fancier version just so I can stream on a regular basis. Because when I first started streaming, I couldn't stream on the weekends because all the people, in the neighborhood were using their internet, and it just
mine would just crash. And I was like, well, that's not good for, trying to entertain people. So had to upgrade, get new stuff, and yeah, now it's been pretty good. Unless, my cat comes and destroys stuff. Oh, good. I was going to ask you what you do. You'll be sculpting dinosaurs, fantasy and mythology things, along with some parts dealing with your stop motion hobby. Oh, very cool, Mike. That sounds awesome. That is super cool. Yeah, I get on these hobby kicks where I'm like, I dive like 100% into it, and I get all the stuff you need, and I spend like a couple months totally in the zone, and like getting better, and doing, branching out and trying new things, and then I stop and I like never touch it again. So I just have like this whole corner in my office just filled with, it's like, I'm looking at it now. So there's like, I have tons of yarn from when I was crocheting. There's all kinds of paints from when I was painting. There's sculpting foam from when I was making shapes and building stuff for Pathfinder, basically D&D if you don't know what that is. And all this stuff, and all my carving stuff. I will say pumpkins are pretty much the only thing I always go back to. But it's something that, you do for a month, and then you can go back to it a year later and you miss it, and you're not really out of the hobby. After your stream YouTube Wildlife on Mars trailer, it's part of the project I've spent. Ooh! Wildlife on Mars. Okay, definitely. I will definitely check that out. That sounds really cool. Especially because I've been watching a lot. I've been Netflix binging again, and one of the shows I'm watching is called The Universe. It's very old, so it's, well, very old for science, because a lot of the stuff has already been proven either untrue or they've already changed their minds. So that's part's kind of funny. Um, but yeah, I've just been on this like universe kick. So planets are awesome. But 8 years of your life on, that's crazy. Crazy in a good way. Not crazy bad. But yeah, again, we're just trying to, we already got all of our main details done. We are trying to put that up there so you guys can actually see what we're working on. We're trying to clean up some of the edges as much as possible. Um, the biggest problem with this guy is that the pumpkin is really, really thick. We should have actually cleaned it out. I should have cleaned it out a little bit more to begin with. I thought I got it, but apparently that was not enough. It is a very, very thick pulped pumpkin. So yes, question Fox, go for it. It's been very on and off halfway through production, but then you had to stop due to gotcha. Understood. Another COVID casualty. Oh no. Just be very careful with our edges. What's the first thing you carved in a pumpkin? First thing I carved in a pumpkin, I mean, I'm assuming it was some type of like regular trick-or-treating, like Halloween pumpkin-y face. Professionally, I mean, I say that loosely, but for stuff I've actually gotten like paid to do, um, was the logo of a restaurant I was working at. We had a pumpkin carving contest and for the staff, and afterwards, the owner asked me if I would um, carve some pumpkins for the restaurant itself, um, to like put in the lobby. And so yeah, so that was the first one I did. But yeah, for regular first ever pumpkin, it's probably gonna be something similar to like this guy right here. Probably something with triangle eyes, nose, and mouth. Because you all gotta start somewhere, you know? Yeah, these lines are looking much better now. But yeah, that's the beauty of being able to go back, because again, we made shallow cuts before. We didn't make really big openings. We can go back and we can fix the openings that are wrong. Your first pumpkin was back. Oh, so not that long. I mean, well, 14 years ago. Spooky laughing skull type thing filled it with six tea lights that eventually caught fire and made it terrifying. Visually awesome. Oh my goodness. You've only done about five pumpkins since that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised the like fire department doesn't come and say you're not allowed to do pumpkins anymore there, Mike. All right, let's go. Some of our first incisions. Let's see what I can get here. Carve this up a bit. Fox, this is going to be your year. This is going to be the year you carve a pumpkin. And it's going to be fantastic. And you're going to send me a picture, and I'm going to go, wow, that's so great. Because I bet you would come up with some really good stuff, because you can just draw yourself. Um, I mean, not don't put yourself on a pumpkin. That would be weird. But I mean, you can draw whatever you want yourself and then do it. So you don't have to use a stencil. But if you're worried about, your first time, like use a stencil. Stencils are perfectly fine. And again, you'll get some free in a kit if you buy a pumpkin carving kit. And you can get them for like $3. It's true. This eye. Yeah, we got a little overzealous in the beginning, so I want to carve some of these sections out a little bit better. There we go. Much better. Looking much better. Mm-hmm. See, I agree. 100%. It's fun. It's messy. And then you have pumpkin seeds that you can roast and enjoy as a delicious, healthy snack. The eye came out perfect, though. The eye is perfect. I say that, and then immediately I'm like, okay, we need to fix this, this, and this about it. Um, but come on, you guys know me. This is my mo. This is what I do. Better, better. It didn't actually need much. Okay, cool. need to get this. There's a little flap in here, and when it dries, it'll be obvious that it is a little flap. So I really want to get this piece out, but it is being very difficult. I think I might need to switch out my tool to get the longer one back in. Started trying to learn how to do translucent layers in the design so that they glow, but you have to figure out how thick to make the pulp layer. We'll figure it out eventually. I was talking about that at the beginning. I think it's really cool the that effect. I have no idea how to do it. I've never done it. I've always wanted to try. I've just never gotten a chance to try it. So maybe we'll try to do one this year. But yeah, I'm like I have some clay tools. I have to find them, unfortunately. Um, you know, different clay hooks that I think would be perfect for it. I just need to do it. Yeah, you've been tempted to try. Yes. So somebody who commissioned me to make them pumpkins, they actually had me make them 10 Snoopy pumpkins of varying sizes for their front porch. And it was fun. It was a lot of fun, I will say. It was very cute, but it was a lot of work. And they were going to pay me half in cash and half in a journaling tool. They had one, or they had seen one, or someone gave them one, or something, and so they were gonna give it to me, and I was like, okay. Actually, no, I take that back. They paid me, and then when they got them, they were like, oh my god, these are so great. I want to give you this as well. And I was like, oh no, you don't have to do this. You already paid me. And they're like, no, 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 I want to say thank you. I think you'll really like it. It'll help you with more pumpkins. And then when I ask you next year, it'll be easier. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, every time I saw them, they're like, oh, shoot, I forgot to bring it in. I forgot to bring it in. So then I never got the dang on thing because I kept not buying it because I was like, well, I'm supposed to be getting one. So that was something that I need to get because I know it would be very helpful. This is not going to work. I need to go back. This one will work. We do that. No, because you're stuck on the side. So no, we do need the needlepoint one again. Oops, I moved the table. I wish I had a really long, thinner blade. This is the best. I have a long-ish thinner blade. I can. Oh my gosh. I always forget which way is Lefty Loosey, which way is Pretty Tiny. No, I was doing it right. This tool, there's two parts that screw in, and if you one of them can be loose and you not realize it, and then when you go to tighten it, it doesn't tighten because it's loose still. This is off topic, but you know when you drink with glasses on and then the cup hits your glasses and you're like, ugh? Yes. Yes, I do, Fox. I take it that is your life at the moment. You are having ugh moments with drinking apparatuses. Get this piece out. Yeah, you guys gotta tell me if my big fat head is in the way. Because I keep moving slightly and then not realizing that it's gonna affect the camera. I'm not used to having a camera behind me. I'm used to having the camera in front of me. So this is a tight one up here. This one did not work as well as I had planned. Okay, this is the part that we were trying to get out. And this stupid thing kept being difficult. So there we go. Sadly, that middle one I don't think I can fix. I don't think there's anything I can do to that one. Because it's so like this one actually already broke. That one got connected to this. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 there. Okay. Yeah. For some reason, this one I tend to be a little bit more forceful with. This knife specifically. I need to stop using it. If that's what I'm gonna do, then bad things are gonna happen. This is the one I'm looking for. This one I tend to be a little bit more. I know how sharp it is. So I tend to be a little bit more careful when I use this one. Which just means I should be using it more frequently. But it doesn't always fit the task at hand. Yeah, these guys need to get out of here too. Still trying to figure your cam setup. Over the shoulder should be the best, but the work you do is micro scale. Normally stuff that fits in your hand. So having the camera up close would be better, but that you don't always stick to one spot. Yeah. I fiddled around with a couple different things. Like I said, this is my first ever crafting stream. Normally, my other camera is just, on a separate arm behind one of the monitors, and so that one is just fine, just goes straight on me, and then it pulls the game. But this, I was like, yeah, that's not gonna work. So, and I didn't want to move that setup too much because I like where it is. So, luckily, we had another camera. I was able to, attach it to a tall standing lamp and then put it right there. Get that piece out. I just noticed a little bit of pieces on the neck, and I was like, well, I'm right here. Why not? Here's some of that out. Okay. I think for the most part, that's pretty clear. As clear as I can get it, at least for the moment. We can do a little bit in these square bits. Again, just trying to. Wish I had a more flat tool I could use in here to kind of clear this out, because this is just his neck. His neck is just filled with junk. There's a good. My pumpkin was not like rolling properly. I wish I could get like one of these pieces in. Actually, I might be able to. I might be able to get the circular one in. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Kind of just scrape this along the bottom, get all this gunk out. So fantastic. Yes. So I think with how thick this one is, the this might actually be a more of a glowing pumpkin. I might have to try a couple of things. So I might not put the picture up, the final picture of it up on like Twitter until I find a longer knife to be able to cut a couple pieces. I do want the eye to glow. I want the eye to glow. And there's a couple other parts that I would like to be able to glow. And when I say glow, I mean for like it to be obvious that like you can see the light coming through it. The other parts, I'm okay with them just having that soft glow that you achieve from like the sculpting versus the versus carving. So actually, we're gonna. This one is filled with little bits. This one is also pretty much filled with little bits. So let's do this. Keep going. Hey, Lenny! How's it going? We are almost done with our friend here. Do-do-do. Again, if my big fat head gets in the way, tell me. Say, Arista! Arista, your head! I'll be like, oops, sorry. My bad. Your vacation is coming to an end, isn't it? Or is it already sadly over? Now, granted, it was a staycation, but hey, you know, staycations are also very much needed. There we go. That one is much better now. Almost. You go back. Oh, go that Wednesday. For some reason, I remembered Wednesday, but I was like, was Wednesday the day it started? The day it ended? I couldn't remember. Wednesday is when you go back, and Kate goes back on Monday. Oh, okay. But working from home, so at least that's something. So you can still, you guys can have lunch dates. How about that? You guys can in your own house do little what is it? Lady and the Tramp spaghetti. You can do adorable spaghetti sharing. Right, sadly in need of getting ready for bed. Glad you catch the stream. Hope come out. Yes, absolutely. You pictured in your head. Yes. Thank you so much, Mike. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad you found me and you got to hang out for a little bit. I will definitely be looking up your YouTube video after the stream, and I'm looking forward to seeing your crafting streams. That'll be super cool. But yeah, have a great night. Like I need to get in a little bit deeper in this, but if I do any more, it's gonna just rip the side part again. Add more edges. Thank you. You too. Yes. Stay safe in these crazy times.
Mentally and physically. Yes, I'm telling you, Lenny, that's what you got to do. You can always, you got to make the best of a bad situation. You can still have lunch dates. So there's that. And yeah, adorable Lady in the Tramp moments. Come on. How could you not want to do a Lady in the Tramp moment? Can't draw to save your life. Even stick figures are. Oh no. Oh, Lenny. Yeah, that is one thing. If I have something to look at, if I have an example, um, my drawings are pretty good. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna say they're not. So yeah, this was the original drawing idea, and it was collected from a couple different viewpoints of him. And I think it worked out. We did pretty good to what we were hoping for. We did have to make a couple changes just because of the size of the pumpkin and what's realistic for being able to carve and still have stability in the pumpkin over a period of time. So yeah, you can draw a holy loaf of bread, Fox, from what I remember. Oh, my head, guys! You're not telling me about my stupid big fat head. Well, at least when you're up there, you can tell me if I'm going bald. That would be helpful. You say, "Oh yeah, bald spot right there, Rista." Thanks. Very careful. I'm gonna get that, especially because it's the first one. Make sure that's got clean lines. For the loaf. I don't even remember why you did that, Fox, but I do remember it. Very strange. But I remember there was a reason. There was 100% a reason. That way is done. Okay, let me just make sure. That didn't look super straight. That's better. Okay, that one's pretty good. That one is. Ooh, it's okay. This one will be better as soon as I do this a few more times. There we go. Okay. These guys look pretty good. That out. Okay. We were talking about bread, and someone put a recipe in chat. Okay. So it was probably Meredith, but didn't clarify whether it was Celsius or Fahrenheit. So you're gonna burn your house down and someone else. Oh wait, no. If it was, so that might have been Linny Pig, because it's either Linny Pig or um, Your Majesty, because those are streamer buds from the UK who would use Fahrenheit or Celsius, because Meredith is from America, so she would use Fahrenheit. Anything for the loaf. There you go. All right, so that's looking pretty good. Okay. I think for the most part we're pretty spot on.
Like I said, there's a couple little things I want to change so that we can make it glow a little bit more, or certain areas glow. It's not gonna, you're not gonna see the light all the way through it, but the parts where you can't, you will still see a glow, which should be pretty cool. So, but I also need to, like, turn off lights and find a way to do that. So I'm gonna do that, put that up on, like, Instagram or Twitter. That's it, Twitter. Twitter's a thing. That's a thing. So many little pieces here. He's got very dirty legs. Very, very dirty legs. I don't know what we're gonna do with him. That one. Okay, perfect. Oh yeah, that's a nice big piece we can just get out immediately. Luckily, this one opened up a little bit farther in, so I'm able to use this very well and get a lot of this stuff out. Because again, when it's a really thin cut, you don't have much wiggle room for pulling this stuff out. So you either have to get it in one shot, which is ideal, or kind of just scrape at it until it works. So he doesn't have shoes or socks. You know what, Fox? You have an excellent point there. I don't think robots need shoes or socks. I think they are. I think they're good without it. As crazy as that sounds, I know, but yeah, I think they're okay without shoes or socks. I mean, really, and the Watcher's just like a puppy anyway. So going for a couple spots in there more. You're gonna lurk. You got another screen to go to. Well, thanks for hanging out, Fox. I will catch you hopefully next week. Good luck with school and all. Because you have to make sure you stop in stream sometime next week to let me know which of the options I put out for Pokemon Pumpkin for next week. We're going to do Pokemon Pumpkin carving. But I actually think that we might be done. So this is our lovely topper that unfortunately took forever because pumpkin got stuck. So yeah, this is our pumpkin. This is our Horizon Zero Dawn Watcher in all of his glory. I will be taking a picture of him and posting it on my Twitter in the next few days, so you can keep an eye out for that. For more pumpkin fun, I will be back next Sunday. We're going to be carving Pokemon. I don't know how many Pokemon. I don't know which Pokemon, because that's going to be up to you guys. All next week, or Monday through Friday this coming week, I'm going to have a couple different options, and I'm going to ask you guys what you want, which one you think would be a cool thing for me to carve, and based on that, we will pick something to carve, and that's what we'll go with. And that's kind of going to be the theme for all the upcoming weeks, as well as I go through different video games that I think will be really cool to pumpkin carve. If you're looking for more Halloween fun, every Friday this month I will be wearing a costume, and I encourage you to join in if you're able to. Continue the Halloween spirit, the spooky fun, without the scary games. There is a chance I might play something on the scarier spectrum, But, you know, you're not going to see anything like the forest on my stream. I don't do that. But yeah, so again, thank you guys so much for hanging out, for spending part of your super spooky Sunday with me, Arista Jade. Hi. How's it going? How you doing? Uh, I'll be back tomorrow morning starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for our Pokemon Sword playthrough where we are hunting Clobbopus. And then again on Monday at 3 p.m. Where we're going to be playing some more video game fun. But yeah, I'm glad you guys could spend some time with me, hanging out, looking at pumpkin carving, but it will be back next week. And until then, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Super, super Sunday to all of you. And I'll see you next time. Bye!